Are we rolling?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, board members, OWEB staff, and all of you joining online. My name is Dan Brown. I co-chair the Acquisition and Restoration and Emerging Issues Committee with Russ Hoflich, who's here today. We want to remind everyone that this virtual meeting is being streamlined live on OWEB's YouTube channel and recorded. For those of you on the Zoom meeting, we discourage using the chat feature since it is not visible for our YouTube audience. And just a reminder, the meeting materials can always be found on the website in the board and committee section. Committee materials are towards the bottom of the page, and you can click on the relevant committee to access the meeting materials, including those for today. Before we get started, we'll ask committee members and OWEB staff to introduce themselves. And I will make it easier for folks just by calling on folks, starting with my co-chair, Russ.
Russ Hoflich, co-chair of this committee and member at large. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Russ. And I see Kelly has joined. Kelly, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kelly Coates, member of the committee and co-chair for the OWEB board. And I just want to let folks know that I might be going off camera today a little bit. I've got kiddos home because it's summertime. So yeah, I'm here, but I might not be on camera the whole time.
Thanks for that, Kelly. Mark Webb.
Hi there,
Good morning.
Mark Webb, live in Eastern Oregon, represent or the liaison for the Environmental Quality Commission.
Okay, and is that all of our committee members? Yes, thank you, Nicole. So let's start with OWEB folks. Sarah?
Hi everyone, Sarah O'Brien, OWEB's Executive Director. As you guys are searching to see if there's another board member here, it reminded me I should just go ahead and take the opportunity to announce that with Jamie McLeod-Skinner's resignation from the board, obviously she also left this committee. We do have a new board member that I'm trying to share around with our committee conversations that's been appointed by the governor's office, but not yet confirmed by the Senate. So waiting confirmation on Monday. Sarah Deardahl with American Rivers, who is a longtime OWEB partner and former Watershed Council director, has been nominated by the governor's office and hopefully will be confirmed, Senate willing, on Monday. And so I believe we haven't made a firm decision, but I believe this is the committee that's most short a member right now. So I think this will be Sarah's likely destination. We'll let you know otherwise.
Thank you.
Well, we'll look forward to welcoming her with open arms.
You'll like
Renee.
her. But then we'll have another Sarah too. So, oh well. Sorry. Go ahead, Renee.
Good morning, folks. Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager at OWEB.
Okay, Miriam.
Good morning, Miriam Forney, OWEB's Land Acquisition Coordinator.
Good morning, Miriam. How about Robin?
Hey folks, Robin Meacher, Conservation Easement Specialist with the Oregon Ag Heritage Program at OWEB.
Good morning.
Okay, and Linda?
Linda might
Good
just
morning,
be
this is Linda
secretly in the
Redlinger with
background.
OWEB. I'm here for tech backup today.
Oh,
Okay, thank you.
I need all the help I can get, people. Well, Nicole, the mastermind, the wizard behind the curtain, how about introducing yourself?
Hi, everyone. Nicole Bettinardi, the OWEB's Executive Assistant and Board Liaison. And I think we have Audrey Squires. Have you done?
Audrey and Eric are next.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Audrey Squires. I'm the Drinking Water Source Protection Specialist at OWEB.
Good morning.
All right, Eric.
Good morning, everybody. Eric Williams. I'm the Restoration Grants Manager at OWEB.
and our friend from DOJ.
Good morning, Diane Lloyd, Contact Counsel for OWEB with DOJ.
Okay, let's see. I think, does that take care of all of OWEB folks? Or did I miss anybody? I think that's all of OWEB. And why don't we, since we have a few folks joining, why don't we just do quick introductions of other folks on the line, starting with Joe.
Morning, everybody. Joe Budafuoco with Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts.
Thanks, Joe. Uh-oh, my list of people just shifted around on me. Somebody that is BNYE showing up here.
That's probably me. Brad Nye, and I'm the Deputy Director with the Oregon Desert Land Trust. Sorry to come in late, and I'm only going to be here for a few minutes, but appreciate the time. Thanks, Dan.
Is BNYE? Appreciate you joining us.
That's probably me. Brad Nye, and I'm the Deputy Director with the Oregon Desert Land Trust. Sorry to come in late, and I'm only going to.
To get that resolved, technical people?
I don't know. I'm sorry about that.
We can hear Brad fine,
Yeah,
Nicole.
yeah.
So I think we're good. I think it's on your end.
It was just a repeat.
Yeah, for
repeat
some
of the
reason it
recording
repeated.
for some-
But it's important to know who Brad is, so that's good.
Yes. So we heard twice. Perfect. Andrea.
Nicole. So I think we're good. I think it's on your end.
It was just a repeat.
Yeah, for some reason it repeated. But it's important to know who Brad is, so that's good.
Yes. So we heard twice. Perfect. Andrea.
Hi, Andrea Kreiner, Executive Director of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts.
Repeat.
Yeah, for some reason it repeated. But it's important to know who Brad
Hey,
is.
Andrea, it looks like the sound is coming from your tile. Do you have
Weird.
YouTube streaming at the same time by chance? Because that's like a little bit of a delay. Maybe that's sound is popping in.
I'll leave and come back and make sure it's not me.
Sorry, thank you.
Why don't we just make sure everybody who is not talking mutes their line, and maybe that'll take care of the issue for us. And let's see, who did I miss here? Jessica?
Hey, folks, morning. Jessica McDonald with Greenbelt Land Trust.
Thank you, Jessica. Mark Hudson?
Hey, Mark Hudson, Conservation Director of Pacific Forest Trust.
And Terry?
Hi, I'm Terry Pre-Grigsby. I'm the Executive Director of the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils.
I think I got everybody, but if I missed somebody, please speak up. And I will, that was a lot of work for me this early in the morning, so I'm going to hand it over to Russ to run us through the rest.
Russ, you're
You
muted.
need to unmute yourself.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us for this action-packed meeting. After these introductions, we'll go right into public comments for about 15 minutes. And then we'll have about a 5-minute overview from staff on where we are in the modernization process. And then we will delve into one of the remaining questions, the foundational question number 3, other uses, for example, cultural uses, working lands, and recreation. And we'll have a combination today of both staff presentation, grantee input, and then we'll have committee discussions. So that's going to go for over an hour, about 80 minutes if time allows. And speaking of time allows, if we behave ourselves and stay on track, we'll try to take a 15-minute break today. We'll see about that. I know there's going to be a lot of discussion here. And then we'll get into item number 6, staff analysis, feedback, and draft recommendations in response to the request that we made in the March ARE committee, requesting staff to present presentations followed by committee discussions and feedback. And that's going to take about 85 minutes today. Then we're going to get into next steps, including preparation for the July board meeting. We're going to have a heavy lift to bring the full board up to speed, and we'll talk about that for about 30 minutes, and then we'll adjourn. So let's take a moment here and shift into the public comments. It looks like we've received written comments from Joe and Mark Hudson, and can we turn it over to them to begin this process? I'm not seeing Nicole. Is Nicole back?
Hey, Russ, I'm going to step in for Nicole. Her
Okay.
internet's not working great. So Linda's actually going to do the timing for our public comment, but I'll need you or Dan to call on folks.
Okay. How about Joe?
Thanks.
Good morning, Chair Hoflick, Chair Brown, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to provide public comment at this June ARE meeting. My name is Joe Buttafuoco, and I'm Executive Director of Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. First off, I just want to thank OWEB staff and board for their commitment to this process. It's been a year now of digging deep, and I know it's been a lot of work. Clearly in the packet we all read through, OWEB staff put a ton of work into this. So I want to thank you all for that. We appreciate willingness to approach multiple uses on conserved lands with creativity and flexibility. Projects such as Trout Creek Ranch, Canyon Creek Ranch, and Secret Valley Ranch demonstrate how OWEB has successfully advanced ecological protection goals while accommodating working lands uses in appropriate areas. In our testimony, we point out a couple alignment pieces. Your strategic plan highlights the importance of people on the land, and the recently developed attributes guide to resilient lands and waters associated with the EO recognize the value of people on the land. I think we're all just trying to find that right balance, and the Land Trust community is interested in being partners with you on that. Our interest is not to move you away from your constitutional mandate. Habitat conservation remains the priority for OWEB and for us. Rather, we hope this process results in a clear philosophy and more consistent guidance for evaluating when and how multiple uses can be compatible with conservation outcomes. Through our testimony, you'll see we use the term multiple uses or additional benefits instead of other uses. We just believe these terms better reflect that multiple uses are not necessarily trade-offs to conservation, but often compatible and meaningful co-benefits. Over the past several decades, conservation science and our organizations have increasingly recognized that human use and conservation are not inherently opposing goals. We heard from our tribal partners at the December meeting the importance of cultural use on the land, and you have seen that our Land Justice Project provided some updated testimony related to that. What we're hoping is OWEB can establish clear expectations and principles that apply throughout the project lifecycle, from application review to post-award due diligence to long-term stewardship, rather than focusing solely on a single decision point. We also support the staff recommendation for a middle ground approach that incorporates independent expertise when evaluating appropriate levels of multiple use. We encourage the committee to consider whether additional expertise related to recreation, working lands, or other topics could be incorporated into the technical review teams. Looks like that's my time, so thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Joe. The question, I guess, back here is that Mark Hudson, you've given us really good written testimony. Do you want to make public testimony today as well?
Yeah, if I can.
Sure.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. I think I'd like to echo Joe's comment in appreciation of all the work that the OWEB staff have done. I mean, in that recommendations documents, there was a lot of recommendations, and I think broadly we're pretty happy with most of the preferred options in there. I did want, we had some small comments in our written comments. I did want to drill a little bit into a couple of them. I think the most significant towards our purpose is the areas of impact portion of the consideration, which is part of the discussion today. One thing that we did see as missing in that memo was really the question of whether or not this area of impact is supporting or not supporting. And to me, supporting activities could be for a fee, acquisition by a nonprofit, you have a nature center, you have your trails. That is part of the economic model for most nonprofits by which they can then manage the wildlife habitat, right? And so to me, that's a supporting consideration. We do a lot of conservation easements with landowners who are intentionally intensifying some of their impact on a small portion of the property so that they can actually remove impact from the remainder of the property. And without that, the program to us anyways becomes kind of a gentrified program because otherwise it takes outside resources for those private landowners to be able to continue to manage the property for quality ecological characteristics. So that was one thing that we really wanted to say as a support test, is this supporting, because that obviously farming intensely in one place so that you can remove farming from another place is a supporting purpose. A guy just wanting a dirt bike track is not. And those are the kinds of things that we think should be considered in that test. And also as well as the de minimis impact as compared to a broad and area impact kind of assertion. I mean, most of our conservation easements have building envelopes and things like that, which are intentionally de minimis in size. I think the area of impact is, in terms of what we're talking about, it's something greater than that. The other one I wanted to drill into a little bit more was, I think there was a question on the soundness review. Just came from an experience that we had a few years ago where one of the soundness reviewers had missed something on the title review where they thought that the landowner had a line of credit against the property. We had talked to the bank and gotten an insurance of subordination, but line of credits are often updated on an annual basis. The soundness reviewer had mistakenly read each update of the line of credit as additional debt against the property rather than just a change in the overall debt position, and thought there was $3.5 million of debt against $900,000 piece of property, and came out of the soundness review saying there's no way you're ever going to be able to subordinate this. That was an easy mistake to make. Frankly, it's not really blame. It's one that anybody can make, but it is one that seems like there should be a part in the process, at least the soundness review portion, where there's the opportunity for the reviewer to ask appropriate questions about that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Really appreciate your comments, Mark, and the written was very helpful to be able to ponder for this meeting. So we'd
Hey,
like
Russ,
to, yes.
I'm gonna jump in one more time as Nicole's puppet mastering me behind the scenes.
Yeah.
When we ask for additional public comment, can you just ask folks to raise their hands so we can capture that in the
Absolutely.
recording?
Thanks. That's what I was going to say. So if anybody wants to speak publicly right now, please raise your hand. Do we have anybody? I'm looking. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody at this time. Okay, well, I guess we'll turn it back over to staff for the.
Russ,
Yes.
it looks like Brad and I had a belated hand raised.
Okay.
Is that right, Brad?
Yeah, sorry. I thought it was on the schedule, Russ, so I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I thought you were asking for folks that weren't on the schedule, and I think I am on the schedule, but if I'm not,
go for it.
Move forward. I don't need to burn anybody's time. You guys have a lot to cover today.
Go for it, Brad.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. My comments relatively high level. Thanks, Chair Hoflick, Chair Brown, and members of the committee for having us today and for this discussion. My name is Brad Nye, as we heard several times in the introduction section, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Oregon Desert Land Trust. I wanted to begin by thanking OWEB staff and the ARE committee members for their tremendous investment of time, energy, and thought toward improving the land acquisition program. I've been part of 3 rules advisory committees specific to the land acquisition program, and over that span, I think completed at least 12 OWEB acquisition projects within every framework OWEB has had from the outset. In my experience, OWEB does an outstanding job of listening to its partners and actively managing the program as the need arises. Collectively, we completely overhauled this program in 2013, moving from a front-loaded program where land trust bore most of the investment risk to a back-loaded program where OWEB board awards came quickly, but are followed by an extensive and extended due diligence process focused on minimizing OWEB's investment risk. We tweaked the program in 2019, bringing match requirements in line with other OWEB programs. That's a great thing, to try and align these programs, and supporting applicants' project development and site stabilization needs. 7 years later, now we're once again investing our collective time and energy to improve the program and the results it can deliver for Oregonians. Our greatest opportunity today, and one that's recognized in the staff memo, and our greatest need, is to move from a program that focuses on the risk of failure to a program that focuses on the opportunity for success. What are the most ecologically impactful projects, and how many of these projects can we move forward? Every OWEB project, whether it's acquisition, engagement, or restoration, poses some level of risk. With a large river restoration project, careful engineering helps ensure success, but it does not remove all risk. At some point, the law of diminishing returns helps restoration funders and practitioners identify an appropriate level of acceptable risk. We should apply this same lens to acquisition projects. Is someone timing me? There's no secret why we've ended up with a risk-based program, and no blame to be assigned for arriving there. I think it's a natural result of OWEB staff working hard to ensure that a board decision made before all facts are in still looks like a good decision 18 months later. And the acquisition program does have specific legal requirements we don't have in other grant areas. Neither of those factors, however, should stop us from critically examining the program and removing redundancy and superfluous complexity. The last 12 months of dialogue and effort on these potential improvements have demonstrated once again that OWEB has the hardest working, most responsive, most professional, most thoughtful staff of any agency I've worked with. That's not buttering anyone up, it's just the truth. That work ethic and thoughtfulness is embodied in the land acquisition modernization program recommendations OWEB prepared for this meeting. We've reviewed that memorandum, as Mark said, and we appreciate the thought that went into it. We believe the recommendations in that memo, if thoughtfully implemented, will yield a more efficient and effective land acquisition program. And we look forward to working with staff to incorporate these recommendations. I'll leave it there unless I have a little more time to make a comment on a couple of specifics, but I think I'm probably out of time.
Well, thank you, Brad, for your fine comments there. I think the staff comments were really well-deserved and appreciate that. Do we have other comments from the public today? Okay, I think we should probably, in the interest of time here, turn it over to staff to move into the overview.
Great, thanks, Ross. Robin, are you able to still run the PowerPoint in addition to helping Nicole? All right, perfect. Thank you so much. So good morning again, Renee Davis, Acquisition Special Programs Manager for the record. The co-chairs ran through the run-up show for today. A few things I would just highlight is the entire meeting is dedicated still to land acquisition modernization. And this very well may be the last meeting where this committee is entirely focused on land acquisition modernization, with the hope and intent that we're able at the end of today to advance at least initial recommendations for board consideration at the board meeting in July. So thank you so much to the committee members, to all of our partners who have engaged over the last, I think 12 to 18 months on this process with the ARE committee. We wouldn't be here without you. So I think, Robin, you can go ahead and move forward probably to the, keep going one more. Yep, perfect. So we'll just ground folks in terms of where we are in the modernization process. So the committee has had the opportunity to discuss the first two foundational questions that we had teed up. So one is the use of conservation easement instrument to meet the title restriction requirement that the agency has in statute. We also spent quite a bit of time at the last meeting, but here and there sprinkled through before, focused on the issue of significant habitat and expectations around future habitat conditions. We have the fourth foundational question, which is focused on risk tolerance. And our effort has really been to weave that throughout many of these discussions. So we touched on risk in a more focused way early on, but have heard about that both from staff and grantee and partner perspectives throughout. So in terms of kind of how we've tackled these topics, you've invited extensive partner and tribal input via panels, case studies, public comment. We so appreciate the willingness of our partners to come in and share their perspectives, your experiences. I think it can do nothing but make this a stronger outcome in terms of where we end today and the recommendations we'll take to the committee. One piece that I want to actually, can you go back? Thanks, Robin. So one piece just want to touch on, we've talked about this certainly internally, but also with partners throughout the process, is the importance of just underscoring that really this body of work is grounded in a shared goal of increasing the extent of habitat conservation in Oregon's landscape via land acquisition investment. So ultimately, I think the outcome of this shared goal is to really increase resilience of landscapes across Oregon that provide important habitat benefits to our native fish and wildlife species. I think we all can agree that land acquisition is a really important tool to get there in terms of increasing resilience, and stands to offer great habitat benefits for those native species that we as an agency are charged through Measure 76 investments and helping to support via both strategic and accountable investments of those public funds. So just wanted to have that grounding here and as we move into next steps. So I think now, Robin. Okay, so let's dig in. So we have two big topics for today. One is tackling the other uses topic that we've not yet gotten to, and then we'll move into the recommendations piece. So in terms of the foundational question number 3, it's here on the screen. I won't read it to you in specifics, but it really is focused on how do we best balance the potential for other land uses, such as cultural uses, recreational uses, working lands uses, with the conservation expectations that we have on properties that are supported by Measure 76 investments. And also, as this question poses, in thinking through how do you balance that when we also know that there are multiple other funders potentially involved in these properties and their protection, restoration, and ultimately their management. So what you'll see as we move through the presentation today is we've really delved in the other uses memo into a lot of detail. We're going to hit the high points here as we walk through the presentation today. Ultimately, though, we have heard over the years some ongoing frustration about lack of clarity on what is that right balance to strike around other uses, and also the feeling that at times our approach thus far has been too restrictive. So really an interest in getting input from initially this committee and then ultimately the full board on how we balance those other uses with conservation. You have heard over the last several meetings some specific examples of other uses challenges from our grantees that they've experienced. We've had great public comment today and also previously that touch on other uses. And a reminder to the committee that because this other uses issue is paired at the same time with the presentation of the draft recommendation, staff are not going into great detail here in terms of offering recommendations. Very specifically, we want to give you all the opportunity to kind of wrap your head around this topic, but our primary interest is really getting on the table, is there a way that we can have a more consistent process or methodology for assessing what that right balance is of conservation and other uses? So I think we can move on to the next presentation or the next slide. So do want to note that both the other uses that we're presenting today and the draft recommendations are the result of an extensive team effort. So huge thanks to Miriam Forney, to Robin Meacher, Audrey Squires, of course, Sarah. And so I'm presenting this information today, but just know that as we move through other uses, get to the discussion space, also as we're talking about the draft recommendations, ultimately, you may hear other staff jump in if we've missed a particular topic. And certainly if you have questions on past experience, clarifications needed, please feel free to call on the full team of folks that help put together this information. So before we dig into the specifics of the other uses, we presented throughout the other uses memo several questions. We're not going to ask you to answer these now, but we did want to present them here for you to ponder as we go into talking about the other uses. Again, we're aiming to get to a consistent process for analyzing and deciding on what is allowable around other uses. And so some things for you all to ponder as we're moving through the next several slides is what should be considered in the decisions about balancing conservation and other uses. Who should or when should those decisions be made? Because they can come up at various points in the life cycle of a project. Who should inform the decision and who ultimately should make the decision? Do other uses need to be fully in support of or enhancing to habitat values, or can they exist on a property so long as they don't result in an unacceptable level of harm to habitat values? And then are there certain types of other uses that you all as committee members or ultimately maybe the full board might feel are fully inconsistent with the program and should not be allowed? So just please keep these questions in mind as we walk through some of the information about other uses, and we'll come back to that during the committee discussion period. Go ahead, Robin. All right, so before we dig into other uses, just want to briefly touch on the program underpinnings so we're clear on what direction we do and do not have clarity on from some of the enabling documents. So starting with the Constitution, you see the language here around securing long-term protection for lands that provide significant habitat for native fish and wildlife. That is the charge to OWEB as the fiscal administrator for Measure 76 funds and the reason that we built the land acquisition grant program. So tearing down into Oregon Revised Statute, there are a number of ways that the land acquisition program and kind of expectations around that are touched on in Oregon Revised Statute. So intentions around maintaining and restoring watersheds and habitat for native fish and wildlife species, providing public benefit for improving native fish and wildlife habitat, specifically acquiring from willing owners interest in land and water that will protect or restore native fish and wildlife habitat. So you certainly see the through line of the key is really protection of lands for the benefit of native fish and wildlife habitat and the species that depend on that. I think you may all remember, and Robin, it's fine, you don't have to go back to the last slide, the measures 66 and 76 panel discussion. I think it was exactly a year ago, if memory holds. We did hear from the folks who helped author both of those ballot measures that the constitutional language was not intended to be very precise in terms of describing any sideboards or limitations on issues such as other uses. As an example, it was really to focus on, crystallizing around those native fish and wildlife species and habitat benefits. You might remember that Diane Lloyd, who's with us today, I think described to all of you in a past meeting or maybe a full board meeting that agencies are creatures of statute. And so statutes really lay out what the authorities are for agencies in completing their necessary missions, and as needed describe either what is expected of agencies or where there may be some sideboards or limitations. So just wanted to put those two pieces before you. You can go to the next slide, Robin. because you see here in the, I don't know, what is that kind of tan mocha colored text, we don't have explicit direction or defined thresholds from those enabling documents as it relates to other uses and balancing conservation and other uses. So let's look next to administrative rule, which does, and is described in the memo, talks some about issues such as habitat, talks about things like management planning, but it also does not describe very specifically what those thresholds are or the balance between conservation and other uses. So what we really tried to do through the lifespan of the program is in documents such as the board adopted program priorities, management plan guidance, other project specific documents such as questions and grant application or information and a conservation easement template, try to provide some general sense of expectations and examples, but it's not been precise. And so this is exactly why we're having this conversation with you all, is to try to get a better sense of where some of that go, no-go space is around that balance. Go ahead, Robin, to the next slide. Okay. So in terms of our current approach to other use decisions, other uses and requests and proposals around them can come up at various times during a project's lifespan. So it may be built into grant applications where folks are describing interest in having grazing potentially as a restoration or a stewardship tool, integrated public use via trails or other activities. Other uses can come up during the 18-month due diligence period that we have for funded projects. So for example, as we're working through easement language to strike that right balance of ensuring we have that conservation benefit while there may be some other uses planned for a property. And it can come up well past the closing for a particular project when folks are in more of the stewardship stage. So currently, in terms of evaluation of these, we evaluate the requests and proposals on a case-by-case basis. We start by looking at consistency with the protection of habitat for native fish and wildlife species as described for the particular project. And then we kind of dive into more specific information. And you see those in the sub-bullets. So issues like species-specific usage and movement patterns, or what use is proposed, where, when, how, the potential and potential direct and indirect impacts to habitat. So that's our current approach, and it is very much a case-by-case basis. A note that there are some types of recreational infrastructure. So for example, parking lots and bathrooms, pavilions, extensive non-native surface trail networks that to date the agency has interpreted as being inconsistent with Measure 76. So I would flag that. That's probably where we've been clearest in terms of describing that balance or perceived lack thereof, such that some activities are not allowable. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, Robin. All right, so digging into the first other use that we'll touch on is tribal and indigenous cultural uses. Cultural uses, including cultural harvest, first foods management, and stewardship, can have important benefits that have positive habitat effects. So for the purpose of this discussion of other uses, this is the one unique place where instead of just providing background information, staff in the memo do offer a recommendation about this. And we've done that largely based on information that the committee has heard from multiple touch points, including multiple touch points with federally recognized tribes throughout and even prior to the modernization process. So we offer a three-part recommendation related to cultural uses. So the first focuses on instances where we have federally recognized tribes as the grantee or the intended long-term holder of the property interest. And in these cases, we propose that we really do adjust current practice to transition to more of a trust-based relationship as it relates to cultural uses. So tribes would manage cultural uses on these properties, be responsible for ensuring alignment with intentions of Measure 76, but without detailed oversight by OWEB. If tribes choose, they would include cultural uses in their management plan. They could report on outcomes of cultural uses, but would not be required to. And I would note that this particular piece of the cultural uses recommendation certainly does connect over to the tribal work stream. Sarah will talk about that later in today's meeting, but it really is intended to recognize the unique sovereignty of federally recognized tribes from a government to government standpoint. You can go to the next slide, Robin. The second part of the staff recommendation related to cultural uses focuses on for all other organizations that are grantees or intended long-term holders for property interests. We recommend more limited changes to current practice, but still some changes. So cultural uses would continue to be allowable when specifically included in a management plan that's developed by the grantee slash holder, and could include an explanation of how different priority species or habitats involved in the project would be, potentially positively, but maybe periodically negatively affected by cultural uses to ensure that alignment with Measure 76. We would require information about the benefits and any impacts of cultural uses to be included in the 5-year progress report. And in both management planning and reporting, if there are confidentiality concerns, say about a sensitive species or sensitive sites, absolutely the agency wants to be able to work with grantees to ensure we refine the approach to documentation as needed to respect those confidentiality concerns. Next slide, please. Okay, and then finally, in terms of the cultural uses 3-part recommendation, the agency does recognize that infrastructure such as parking areas, bathrooms, seating areas, needs for these exist to allow for accessibility and ease of use, for example, for tribal elders, for children, for others who are engaging in tribal and indigenous cultural uses. So staff would suggest, and this will sound a little bit of a circuitous path, but staff would suggest that the committee consider recommending that to the full board that the board provide direction to staff to work with interested tribes to create some greater flexibility around infrastructure for the purposes of supporting cultural uses. So the interest here is to have an opportunity to balance flexibility for these types of needs with consideration of impact and hopefully be able to site infrastructure in ways that really reduces impacts to species and habitats, but definitely recognizes the need for those to be supportive to some of the cultural uses occurring on a particular property. So that covers the 3-part cultural uses recommendation. We're going to shift gears now, and we'll hopefully be able to move through this pretty quickly. Sarah, I don't know if you have an opinion about in pausing here to invite any clarifying questions, or if you want to hold till the end. We didn't talk about this.
I defer to the co-chairs, but I'd suggest we keep going and let folks raise a hand if they have an urgent sort of time-sensitive question or concern.
Yeah. All right.
That
Okay.
makes sense.
Thanks, Dan. All right, so we'll transition to the other few types of other uses that we want to touch on today. But first, we do want to present a bit of a framing opportunity for analysis as we were thinking through this from a staff perspective. So this schematic, and huge thanks, Linda Replinger, for your always beautiful and informative graphics, laying out impact considerations and analysis in a way that thinks through the kind of categories of impact. So here you see intensity of impact, the physical nature of the impact, spatial impact, and temporal impact. And I'll, in just a bit, give you an example of how we could use that kind of framing. But ultimately, having some type of analysis framework so we can apply a consistent consideration when we receive other use proposals and requests. And also having a sense at a higher level from the committee and the board, just generally, what level of kind of flexibility and openness do you have around other uses relative to that and the balance of other uses and conservation? Will really be helpful to staff so we can provide a little bit more predictability and clarity for folks coming into the program about what they're aiming for, or folks who are already grantees and knowing if they're bringing a use proposal, how would that be considered and analyzed? Hopefully, and you'll see it a little bit more in the quick example we have, there are multiple layers and a lot of dimensions to considerations around other uses. These are really complex questions to ask. And so that's where we really would like some higher level input from you all around issues like, are there particular no-go spaces as you all see it? Where would you like to see more flexibility? Because it's really hard to create just a formulaic approach to these analyses. Okay, we can go to the next one. Thanks, Robin. So next category of other uses focuses on working lands. We've described or defined working lands in the memo as including activities such as forestry, crop cultivation, animal grazing, and husbandry. This is the committee's first discussion in detail of other uses, including working lands management. We are not offering specific recommendation here like we did with cultural uses, but rather the memo really aims to outline what are the types of activities that fall into this bucket, what are either theoretical or actual scenarios that we've seen, and how might we approach creating a standardized process for determining acceptability of different working lands activities. So a few questions that come to mind in terms of expectations. Are working lands uses acceptable on areas where Measure 76 investments have been made only if they enhance or support habitat values, or are they allowable if they're not causing unacceptable harm to conservation values that were the basis of our investment? Can working lands focus their use and potential impacts on one portion of the property, whereas conservation might be focused elsewhere? What is that right balance and expectation? Because ultimately, we need some guidance from the board to know we're hitting the right mark in terms of kind of where things fall on a spectrum that does still meet the constitutional mandate around Measure 76, but may create some opportunity for additional working lands uses. Next slide, please, Robin. All right, the next other use category is recreation and public access. This, again, first time that you've really delved into this in detail, although we've definitely heard some public comment and some case studies from partners about recreation and public access considerations. So it's an expansive category. You probably got a sense of that from the memo. Appendix A lists out a whole host of activities that could fall into this category. And it does carry a variety of different considerations depending on a property's characteristics. So some examples that fall into this category include things like trails, public use spaces, and consumptive recreation. So similar to what I just described for working lands, there are some key questions around the balance of recreation and public access with Measure 76 investments. Again, can these recreation and public access activities occur only if they support or enhance habitat values, or can they be allowed if they're not causing unacceptable harm? I think similarly, although it's not shown here on the bullet to working lands, there may be some consideration of kind of area of impact where these activities might be cited, how to balance direct impacts of recreation and public access with indirect benefits, such as connection to place or volunteerism. And are there any recreation or access activities that you all as committee or ultimately the board might feel are fully inconsistent? It would be really helpful to understand that from a staff perspective, so we can aim to strike the right balance if we're applying more of a consistent evaluation process. Go ahead, Robin, to the next slide. So this is where we take the impact categories and give you just a quick overlay of how those could be utilized and how you all could be providing feedback to us about thresholds or tolerances that you have for other uses. So in this example, we are using trails. There's a lot more information about this, again, in Appendix A of the other uses document. So in this case, if you think through the 4 impact categories, so intensity of use type. So for example, hiking trails, expanding a spectrum all the way into trails for motorized vehicles. Robin, you can go to the next one. We'll move through these pretty quickly. You'll probably get a sense of cadence of my voice for knowing when to go to the next one. Physical impact. So in this case, trail surface type. Are we talking about repurposing an existing road or using native surfaces? Are we talking about constructing a new trail? Is use of pavement possibly for universally accessible trails? What is the sense of the committee and ultimately the full board on of how we consider the physical use, or sorry, physical impact spectrum that we may see with trails. Go to the next slide. Perfect. And then spatial impacts of things like trail density and siting, where are the trails being located relative to particular habitats of interest? We'll be talking about lower density or higher density, just again, overlaying kind of that spatial impact consideration. And then final one, temporal impact consideration. So are there closures over a 24-hour period, more from a safety standpoint? Are there considerations about closures because of sensitive period for a particular species, life cycle, wildfire closures, so as not to risk negative impacts? So we offer these just as a very brief glimpse into how we might be able to use that those impact categories for a more consistent framing, certainly with some additional guidance from you all, though, about what your tolerances are from an other uses standpoint. And as you probably see just in this quick glimpse, these are complex issues. So having something formulaic is challenging, but we would like to have something that's more consistent from a predictability standpoint for our partners and grantees. So I think with that, Robin and co-chairs, we were holding space here for Holt to share on behalf of their members some feedback about other uses. I think we should check in with Joe and see if he covered everything during the initial public comment or has additional feedback on behalf of Colt members to offer.
Joe, are you still on? What do you have to say?
I didn't get through all my testimony. So let me bring it up and see what
This
I
is
didn't get
about
to.
specifically about other uses.
Yes.
Hey, Dan, would you like me to stop sharing so we can focus in on Joe, or is it okay to keep the screen share up during this time?
You know,
You can stop sharing. I think
I got the messages across. I wasn't digging into any one particular issue in the oral testimony, more just that we liked what was in there, that there's more conversation to, find that balance, and just that we would love to develop a clear set of principles to evaluate these multiple uses and additional benefits grounded in conservation outcomes and applied consistently across projects. That was the closing theme I didn't get out, but yeah, thank you for the opportunity to check and see if I got through everything.
Joe, does Marty or Max have any additional comments? They've joined us since your initial comments.
Thank you for asking, but I don't believe I have anything to add that any of my colleagues haven't already said, but thank you.
Sure. Max?
Folks might just be here to listen in.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we got everyone's input here.
So in that case, Robin, could you pull up the next slide, please? Thank you. Okay, so this is really kicking us off into your discussion about other uses. So as if I haven't said it enough, our interest really is in developing a consistent process for analyzing and deciding on allowable other uses, but with clearer direction from the board about your expectations, knowing that currently the committee is the proxy for the board to help them think through this. So we are presenting these questions again to you that you saw earlier. I would say that, while they're in a certain order, you may or may not want to take the questions in that order. So for example, you could start with question number 4 at kind of the higher level. Do other uses need to be supportive of or enhancing of habitat values, or can they exist on a property if there is not an unacceptable level of harm, if you're still getting those conservation values, whether that be because of things like an area of impact as an example. Or you could start at the bottom. Are there any uses in terms of working lands or recreation or public access that you all want to share your thoughts on in terms of they just feel fully inconsistent with Measure 76 expectations. Or you can take them from the top and talk about kind of what should be considered, when should decisions be made, and who should inform and who should make those decisions. There's a lot more content about those considerations in the memo. So things like, and one of our public commenters mentioned, at times, does it make sense to bring in subject matter experts to help inform decisions in advance of the board, or you all delegating your authority to the executive director working with staff to ultimately make decisions about other uses, depending on where we are in a project life cycle. So I think with that, Sarah, unless you have some framing to add, or team of Miriam and Robin and Audrey, if there's anything that I missed that you want to share with the committee before we open it up.
I would just share, look, I'm a lumper rather than a splitter, and I think that's a good thing because Renee's, questions here are more detailed. I would have said, how do we think about this, which is maybe a good umbrella question, but I think the additional detail is helpful. I think this is just one of those areas where it's like, the closer we look, the more we find, right? And so any kind of human activity has probably on average some positive and some negative benefits on Measure 76, protected and designated benefits here. And I think part of the broader context of what we're asking the board is like, what's an appropriate level of OWEB sort of asking for detail up front, checking that over time, ensuring consistency. And I was just thinking, Renee, as you were presenting, my husband did a PhD in wildlife biology, and his entire dissertation that he worked on for years was about human recreation impacts on wildlife through the nexus of like density of duck parasites. And so like, where everybody's got their threshold of what's too deep, right? That's too deep for most people. Including my husband, who then, and then switched to farming as a living. But I think that's one of the struggles that we confront in these questions is just like the more information that we ask for, the more we learn about potential sort of pros and cons of different kinds of uses, multiple uses, as Joe put it. And like, what's the appropriate elevation for us to be at here, I think is my, sort of context that's behind each of these questions. But I agree. I think the last couple questions there really point us to, okay, we can figure out how, if you give us a sense of how you think we should think about this, you and the full board, then we can figure out how to work that into program materials and guidance and so forth. But that's where we're really looking for some input and guidance from the sort of more philosophical 30,000 foot elevation that you guys appropriately sit at.
Can I exercise my co-chair here by asking my fellow committee members, before we kind of dive into these specific, more narrowly focused questions, inconsistent with Sarah just said, like, does anybody have any broader kind of thoughts about just the general categories that we just ran through? The working lands, the tribal, and the recreation. Because I have some kind of just high level curiosities, but I wanted to see if others had anything. Kelly?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I just want to thank staff for their thoughtful approach to the tribal cultural uses portion of this, and really, really appreciate the idea of a trusting relationship and building trust with what we're doing on the lands. That's very, very much appreciated. And I just want to say I feel very heard today. So thank you. And I do think that I really appreciate how everything's been laid out in the memo, in the presentation, very easy, very helpful to track. And I do have some questions as we dive into this particular slide and the bullet points, but I will hold off on those because I see Mark has his hand up and he might have more of a broader question.
Go for it, Mark.
Well, I'm happy to defer to Kelly. I do have some questions and concerns about the cultural uses conversation, or proposal. I would like to get back to those. And all I would say here is that, to my mind, the first bullet point and the second bullet point go together, and maybe that's kind of a happy medium between what Sarah was proposing and what Renee was talking about. Because I think once you address those two, some of those other bullet points kind of fall out naturally in a particular context. So,
yeah, I think I'd be, again, I think sort of these questions to me apply to everything, right? So if there are things you'd want to say about the cultural uses more broadly, I think I'd be interested in hearing that now. And then again, I had a couple things myself.
can we go back to the slide? Is that much of a problem?
And Mark, do you mean the first one?
Yeah, the
Started
cultural,
with tribal.
but a little bit further back.
Yep.
Right there, maybe.
This one.
Yeah, so I think that's a start. I think first bullet point, trust-based relationship, is entirely appropriate. I do think that we, for consistency's sake, should consider that for the land trust organizations as well. I'm a little uncomfortable about.
Slide. No?
Well,
This is the right one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, to my mind, I think it ought to be consistent. I don't know that it looks the same or manifests the same in terms of the actual work or working relationship. But I'm uncomfortable, could be wrong, but I am uncomfortable with just sort of pursuing this with the tribes around cultural uses and not with the land trust or other entities and cultural uses that they might consider. No details required in the management plan. If I understand that correctly, I appreciate and I support tribes and indigenous use, keeping areas secret, not sharing stuff or particularly what they're doing. I do support that. But I do think in the management plan, we do or should include what the desired outcomes on that piece of ground are. So not the specific activities, but I still think within the management plan, the tribes and land trust should be committed to describing what the desired outcomes are for that property. And we can discuss that more later. And then the last, go back again. No required reporting. Again, I think it's appropriate that the tribes not have to report on their cultural uses. But I think it would be a mistake for the tribes not to track how those cultural uses are impacting what we want to see on the landscape in terms of desired outcomes. And so those are nuances that are important to me, maybe nobody else is concerned about. But I think you still address the trust-based relationship. You give them the latitude to engage with the landscape in a way that they haven't for time out of mind almost. And you're not requiring them to detail report on what they're doing. But we do need to know from a Measure 76 perspective if what they're doing is impacting the land in ways that are inconsistent with Measure 76 desired outcomes. So yeah, consistency, and then those two things about the reporting and details. Those are my concerns.
Thanks, Russ. And before we get to Kelly, because I think she's going to respond to some of that, and then Russ's, I just want to say that I actually had that same sort of feeling that you expressed about the kind of bifurcation. I mean, I totally get tribes are sovereign nations, but I also believe there are other people who use these spaces for cultural uses, right? Whether that's somebody who practices Western medicine and is collecting herbs for medicinal purposes for something that is not related to Native American indigenous cultural uses. But there are other, I mean, I collect mushrooms, right? To me, that's a cultural use for me and myself. So I do feel like, with no disrespect whatsoever to tribal nations and treaty rights and their sovereignty, however you say that word, I agree with Mark on that sort of kind of equity across the board there. Kelly, go for
it. Does that mean I'm off the record?
Yes. Nope. There you go. So we're going to try and jump in if we do get an interruption with recording and pause folks because of that exactly, Kelly. So, but it sounds like we are back to recording. So you're good.
Okay. That timing was just too perfect. So, first of all, I want to say I appreciate both of your concerns with this. And when, and maybe this is like a clarifying question for staff. When I read this, I didn't think that the tribes would have no details in their management plan about the uses pertaining to cultural. It's more just that kind of that sovereignty and that data sovereignty and informational sovereignty for tribes related to like particular practices or ceremonies that we might have. You're right, Mark, in like a specific location or something like that. I didn't think that, and it's hard because it's not like a hard line on those things, right? So one of, my cultural practices could be restoring a native plant, right? And we could call that a cultural practice, but it's also something that we're doing on the lands in this relationship of reciprocity. So I would think that would be something that might be reported on, right? Because it would, or I guess something a little more like optics wise, that would be very obvious would be like doing a burning, right? Like a cultural burn on a property. When we do a burn, it is to benefit the resources there and the ecology of the system, right? But in the management plan, if we're going to do burning, that would probably be something that we would maybe put in the management plan, and then potentially report on that, right? Because it will have a broader impact to the habitat. And I think, and that's kind of how I was reading this, not that we wouldn't do any reporting on any of the things that we do for cultural uses, because our natural resources are cultural resources. So they're kind of one and the same. I think where the trust-based relationship comes into play here, though, is really trusting the tribes too, that what we do out there on the landscape, if it's going to impact habitat, we would report on that. But if it's ceremony or something that wouldn't have an impact, then we wouldn't necessarily need to report on that. And I think that's where the trust comes in here, that we would be getting the lands and doing this, understanding the bounds of Measure 76, understanding that this is to benefit, fish and wildlife habitat, right? So I think it's going to be really difficult to put like a hard line on that, like what you would report on and what you wouldn't report on. So it could be more of a, as an example, if you're doing a cultural burn, that would be something that, could be reported on. So it's tricky. I see what you're saying there. But I don't read this as something that is carte blanche. Tribes don't have to report on anything that we would do if we got this land. At least that's not how I was interpreting it. I really appreciate the trust-based relationship simply because tribes do have a different relationship with the state than other organizations do. It's a government to government relationship, and there is that sovereignty piece of it. And I think in order to have a good relationship between states and tribes, you have to have some of that trust in there. It's kind of a trust but verify situation, right? We're going to trust that you're going to do the right thing, and then we're going to verify through the reporting and the management plans that you do produce, right? And then we go and revisit that if there's something that's off. So I don't know if I'm interpreting that correctly or if that was staff intent. So I don't know if Renee, if you want to say anything to that, or their staff that have anything.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I was going to say, I think Renee's frozen, but go ahead, Renee.
I don't think I am anymore. So thanks for that, Kelly. And honestly, and feel free, I think, Audrey and Robin and Miriam to jump in, but I do think we were starting from a place that very much intended to recognize sovereignty and the importance of the trust-based relationship that you talked about. And so starting from a place of these things could happen around building information into a management plan, providing information about like in reports. And I do think, Mark, to your point, it would be more focused on outcomes, but certainly not having a requirement for that. If that's a desire, then yes, absolutely, we would support that. And certainly not requiring detailed information about practices and locations in a management plan or in a report. So Kelly, it's helpful, I think, to hear you describing like we would actually maybe want to talk more about some of those things in a management plan and or in a report to describe both the cultural benefit and the ecological or habitat benefit. So I think it's helpful grounding for us, but I don't know if Sarah, you have other comments or staff if you want to jump in.
Okay, Mark, your hand still raised from originally, or did you? Okay.
Dan,
Russ?
can I respond really quick?
Please, yeah, of course.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. This was my hand raised. Nobody could see it.
Oh.
So I appreciate that, Renee. And the reason why is I think tribes also will want to show that we are doing good things on the landscape with this funding, right? So, and we're not, we don't want to hide the good things that we do, because we want to make sure that we can also, like the rest of OWEB grantees, showcase the good things and show that the funding is going to a good use, so the funding can continue on, right? So that's also part of what I'm thinking, is not necessarily, that we have to prove that we're doing things right, because we do have this trust-based relationship. But I think tribes do like the opportunity to show that what we're doing and how we're doing it, and maybe even how we're working with partners on things too. So, just having kind of that opportunity, I think would be good.
Okay. Russ?
Thank you. I really appreciate the dialogue that the board is having here. I wanted to get to the same comment that Dan and Mark had and Kelly had made reference to, and that is the special trust relationship that also is in place with the accredited land trusts. and how to acknowledge that as we develop our framework here as well. I do think that we have to step back and acknowledge that there are certain risks because we are now a global society. The impacts that humans have on the landscape because of our international travels and bringing invasive exotic and hyper-exotic species with us inadvertently to critical habitats and native fish and wildlife in Oregon is something that we need to keep attuned to, particularly in arid environments. For example, the environments where Mark Webb lives and works on a regular basis. We do not want to, because of our human use, bring in the next exotic species from Africa or Asia into a region because of the activities that we have allowed on the landscape, and making sure that we are somehow present and aware of the risks of human activity on the landscape in the present conditions that we're exposed to. Native seeds, exotic seeds, there's a difference, a dramatic difference. And if we are using the land and disturbing the land, whether it's for a trail, whether it's for a harvest of one type or another, because of the microbiotic conditions on the landscape and disturbance of those, we may cause the next invasion of another species. So again, we have to be clear, we have to be consistent, we have to go into this with our eyes wide open. If our mandate is to preserve critical habitats for fish and wildlife, understand the context of our present global threats, particularly with climate change, to those environments. So I think that with that being said, that if we have a framework that the action does not demonstrably impact the overall habitat function, nor the health and the welfare of the fish and wildlife that we want to protect on the site, we should have a system in place that allows that to be able to move forward. And we need to understand that the multiple uses that may be proposed, as I think was referenced earlier by staff, may come up at any particular time during the life cycle of a project, and having a way for the person who's responsible for the management of that property to come forward with that and have it reviewed and assessed against this basic framework, for example, similar to the one I just described, I think is going to be essential. And I do like the idea of having a technical review committee that uses a consistent framework as the litmus test for our consistency with the Constitution. If there's a way for an applicant to be able to quickly get a review, here's what I'm thinking about a particular piece of property, does it meet the framework, and then be able to get a green light. And I believe that if we have one in place, the staff can make those decisions based upon the framework of a review committee of one type or another. So I hope that's helpful.
Thanks, Russ. Mark?
Yeah, first, I would agree with Russ about that kind of framework. I think that would help us cut through a lot of this issue. And if you tiered everything to it, it'd be a lot easier for the staff and OWEB generally. But I wanted to respond to Kelly's comments. I feel a lot more comfortable with what she said. I still feel like in terms of the ecological impacts or the ecological outcomes or desired outcomes, it's important to somehow track those so that we know whether they're being met or not, being improved or not. And it is in statute, I think, that this is supposed to be an adaptive management driven system. So there has to be some reporting of those kinds of things, but certainly want to protect, keep confidential the things that the tribes feel really protective about, culturally speaking.
Thanks, Mark. Any other big picture stuff from committee members? I had one question or curiosity about the working lands piece. If we could maybe go back to that slide, or maybe we don't even need to go back to that slide. Diane, did you want to say something before I dive into that?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. This is Diane Lloyd with DOJ. I just wanted to clarify one point, kind of a high level, in that I think there's, and maybe this is just lined out more in the memo. I looked at it quickly, but didn't look at the slides in advance of the meeting. But so I think there's a distinction when we're talking about this question of other uses in the context of the funding decision versus like board considerations of other uses post-funding. And so I think when we're talking about analyzing a project and whether it's fundable, a fundable Measure 76 activity in the context of an acquisition. So, and Renee put up the language at the beginning, but the kind of North Star there, the directive in Measure 76 is that it has to be going to a project that will protect or restore native fish or wildlife habitat. And so in the context of the board's consideration of a project, I think that requires that that any sort of thing that comes under what might be considered an other use has to, you know, support that or be necessary for that project. So there is also, you know, outreach necessary for that project. That is something that can be fundable in the context of the grant. And then we get into the question of other uses of these properties that can occur after funding. And so there, for like historic properties, there is the initial question of, is it allowed by the conservation easement? And then of course the board can make decisions about how those easement templates or, you know, conservation documents may change going forward. But there, I think the board would have the flexibility to determine like an other use could be allowed if it isn't a detriment to that Measure 76 purpose. So there's the range of like, is it a detriment to, does it support? And so I just, you know, want to be clear about that sort of distinction, and that I think like once you've made the funding decision, there would be the flexibility to make a determination that something, you know, just doesn't harm, you know, isn't a negative to those purpose. But I don't think you could decide, like in the context of a funding decision, to fund something that was you know, as part of a project that didn't fit into the constitutional language. And maybe that's really clear. I just want to make sure that it is at the outset.
Thanks, Diane.
Russ, I'd just like to respond to Diane there, if we could. So Diane, as long as the proposed action does not demonstrably impact the overall habitat function, nor the health and welfare of the fish and wildlife protection on the site, I think we will be consistent with the Constitution.
Yes, I think that's a proper rephrase. Appreciate it.
Kelly, did you have something related to that?
I did. Just a quick, I guess just kind of like a clarification or like a scenario with that. So say, and we've talked, this has come up before. So say there's a property that the tribe acquires to benefit fish and wildlife habitat, consistent with Measure 76 and restoration, right? But it is a place that could be a good gathering spot for tribal elders and youth. And so we would potentially want to put up some type of maybe a gazebo structure or a type of bathroom out there. That way it's a little more accessible for people, but still restoring habitat, obviously putting any infrastructure somewhere that would not be impacting the habitat, right, that we're trying to restore. How would that sort of work with what you're saying, right? Because there will be impacts to the property from the infrastructure, but it's still getting to the overall intent, I guess.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. I think that's a great example to illustrate the type of, the question that the boards can grapple with here, because so what you're describing is a post-funding question, right? So like this is a project that the tribal government has purchased with Measure 76 funds. Later, the tribal government, in the context of managing that property, determines that it has an interest in this use. And there's the range of that either, not impacting the Measure 76 directives or supporting, right? So I think if there could be a determination that it doesn't impact, this is where you have to get into the details, right? Where, yeah, maybe there's going to be a parking lot, but maybe there are these other benefits that the tribal government sees that outweigh that. And so overall, you could say that this added use is supportive. I don't know. These are the types of things that the board has to grapple with, but I think you're right there in sort of bringing up a scenario that gets at it. But I think there either has to, I think if overall there can't be a conclusion that it doesn't fit somewhere in that range of either not harming to benefiting, I think that's when you would get into a question of whether it could be done consistent with the Measure 76 directives.
Okay, so just to follow up really quick. So for example, like some of the culturally significant plants that are out there that tribal members would want to gather are plants that you actually have to tend to in order for them to flourish and to grow, right? And so by getting the membership back out on the lands and reconnecting and doing the gathering, it's actually helping the plants too. So I think there's, and again, this is all like after the fact, this is why we want to do this, and here's how it's going to benefit the species kind of a thing. If we have a really good, I think, connection or explanation of how it's still within the bounds of the Measure 76 requirements, then am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I think you're describing an example of how you would develop that sort of data to establish that this added use is, either not inconsistent or a benefit. Like that example, I think is a great example.
Sarah?
Thanks. I think that raises, just to continue that example one more step, I think that raises a question in its framing that the staff flagged in the memo for discussion about when this conversation takes place. Because, I appreciate that it was presented as okay, we've already purchased the property. I think the thing that we would be concerned about is like, well, okay, what if the tribe presents this as a anticipated use at application? And we want folks to do that, right? Like we want to know prior to award an agreement what the anticipated future uses of the property are. We don't want to disadvantage an application because it has other proposed uses that are acceptable, not significantly detrimental to Measure 76 benefits. But we don't really want to change the nature of that analysis in some sense, whether it comes before application or after agreement, because we don't want to encourage folks to hide the ball, right? Like we want to be able to appropriately address the same calculus that you all just described at the application phase and still have a roughly similar treatment of sort of benefits and impacts. Does that make sense? I feel like this is something that staff have really been wrestling with, so feel free to chime in, folks, if I got it wrong.
Sarah, I just think it's a matter of how much knowledge you have at what point in time during a life cycle of a project about the opportunities to have an activity that is consistent with the Constitution. And if it's as long as you have a framework to be able to operate under, and to have a committee of experts, a technical review committee, quickly work with the applicant to be able to validate that, yeah, this is not going to have a detrimental impact or deleterious impact on the constitutional intent. I think we'll be in a very, very good position as an organization.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Russ. And I think I want to share one more thing. And I know Dan had wanted to bring us back around to working land. So it may be we need to take some of this conversation offline with Diane as well. I guess the line that I would draw there is, I know that I can't fund Kelly to build a gazebo, right? Like that is clearly not a viable use of Measure 76 funds. But can I fund the land acquisition where Kelly tells me in advance that she's going to build a gazebo to support cultural uses that are either supportive or non-detrimental to wildlife uses? And I would propose that's perfectly acceptable. And if we need to get very deep on that, we probably should take it offline. But that's the line that I'm trying to draw out, is those are two pretty different scenarios for me.
Sarah, I concur with you that this is not an expenditure of Measure 76 funds, but an allowable use on a 76 funded project.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? That, Kelly or others or a land trust may have another funding stream to be able to allow that activity to occur. But as long as it is consistent with the project, that's where we're trying to get the clarity here.
If I could just respond to that quickly too. I didn't mean to create like a temporal distinction necessarily, but really just a funding distinction. And so I think, I totally understand the interest in, understanding the full plans in advance, but being clear about, the analysis for funding.
Okay, great, thanks. I think we can continue to pursue that offline. Dan, sorry if we drew you off your topic there.
No, all of this is needing to be discussed today. The order is not necessarily important. But I mean, I like sort of, this whole idea of the framework. I think there seems to be some kind of gelling around that, and a lot of good ideas already about what could be included in that. But to get back to this curiosity about the working lands thing, and not just working lands, any kind of other uses really. Mark Hudson earlier was talking, I like how he framed things as supporting activities or non-supporting activities. And one of the things he mentioned that had me already, that's consistent with what I was thinking about working lands, was he said something about like maybe they're charging a fee, and that fee is supporting restoration activities. And on the broader kind of working lands question I know there's something in there about, the buying and selling of land and making sure that nobody's making a profit. And so my question is sort of the legality around working lands, and what is that working, and what is the profit making, if there is profit making, and whether or not that is consistent or inconsistent with language sort of a little outside that sphere about whether somebody's making a profit on a land acquisition. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't know if it does or not, but that's sort of what I'm questioning here.
Chair Brown, I think this is Diane. I think you're referring to the language in the statute that that's the no on acquisitions related to ensuring that no one's making a profit from selling property. So I don't there's not a limitation on a landowner continuing or, to make some profit. It's just directed to, there not being the potential to sell the property for a profit
So
without.
it's okay.
Yeah.
So it would be, so based on that sort of narrow look, it would be okay to use public money to purchase land on the Measure 76 and allow somebody to use that land to make a profit?
As long as they were doing that in a way that was benefiting, that was native fish and wildlife, if it was still being used for native fish and wildlife habitat. So that you're referring to 541-960, that just says, that requires there to not be any sale or transfer that results in a profit to any person. So there's not a limitation on a landowner making any.
Okay. Go ahead. Mark, I think you beat Renee. Go for it.
Yeah, I was just going to use it as an example. In Eastern Oregon, you really can't restore vegetation unless you do commercial logging for most places. And so there would be profit there. It is a restorative sort of effort. And I think that's just one example. It's not flipping ground. It's just part of that management of that piece of ground.
But it's not a transfer of land.
Right. You're not flipping properties. Yeah.
Okay. Renee, and then
Yeah,
Beth.
Dan, I just wanted to chime in to follow up on what Diane described. I think part of what you might be getting at, and maybe this is one of those threshold questions, like how much other use for a profit is maybe too much. And so I do think this is an important part of the evaluation process, as we have technical reviewers looking across projects in a competitive program, to say, what is that habitat and species benefit we're getting out of this project versus that project? And I think maybe some of what you're getting at is, yes, they have to be able to even come in the door from an eligibility perspective. They have to be able to meet that bar that Diane describes about benefiting native species and protecting habitat for the benefit of those species. I think then where the question comes of, kind of how much is enough in a competitive cycle, that then goes to the evaluation criteria. So I think that there's an eligibility question, but then there is a competitiveness question, and we hope that folks can be really transparent about what their plans are, so we understand if there may be other uses, but really encourage them to describe how they are hitting that habitat mark if they're coming into the program.
Russ, go for it.
Yeah, I would just wanted to make a comment regarding Mark Webb is absolutely right that in Eastern Oregon, and actually in some other places in the state as well, from the restorative processes, you can potentially make a profit in that process, but you're investing those resources back into the long-term health and welfare of the project. And that also includes some grazing activities that actually are improving the condition on the land and doing it in a way that does not have a deleterious impact on the long-term vitality of the fish and wildlife in that habitat. And we have science to be able to reinforce how that's done.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of the piece of it I was thinking about, like when Mark Hudson was talking this morning about the sort of supporting activities. He was using that case of, profit generated from fees is actually put back into the property.
Yeah.
Versus versus like somebody who's having another use that's just taking that profit. If you're doing a restoration logging treatment and you're generating some revenue off of that helps subsidize the cost of doing that restoration activity in and of itself, I would say that's a supporting activity. But if it's some other thing that's literally like generating a income, a revenue that is not necessarily connected back into the restoration, whether that's consistent or inconsistent with the profit making piece, I think that should definitely be part of the framework itself.
Robin, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Dan's last statement got to what my question was going to be, was whether there was interest from the committee and us working through kind of having more guidance around kind of these revenue producing activities. So we're not just in the context of working lands, but a little bit broader in what Mark's commentary talked about. It's pretty common for programs to have some bit of guidance on how to approach revenue producing activities on acquisitions. And then did want to bring a little bit of context just briefly too, of many of the organizations we work with have nonprofit missions. And so the use of funds generated from projects, they do still have to meet their mission. So I think and they have their obligations like unrelated business income and many things that go into that accreditation concept too. So it's a great question to ask. And I think it would be great for us to provide some guidance in that framework on these types of projects, but did want to bring it back to kind of that there are a lot of questions that our folks have to work through and how they use funds that are generated off of their properties.
Very good points. I'd just like to, as co-chair here, open this up to our other grantees for input. This is a unique situation where we're trying to get input, and I want to make sure that people are giving us their counsel as we go through this dialogue here. So Mark, Joe, or others, if you have perspectives you want to add, feel free to jump
Russ,
in.
yeah, as you do that, I mean, that's an unusual approach for us, and I want to flag that's not what we discussed in advance. I do want to also share with the board, with board members, we tried to create some more space for your conversation here today, kind of compared to previous agendas. You've got about, by our agenda, a little less than 10 more minutes on this topic. So I think if there are any other, I'm not going to stop you, Russ, but like if there are any other topics board members want to,
I did want to make sure that
do that as well.
I think that's right, Russ. And this has come up before. I don't know if we need to kind of review the kind of the meeting protocols here, but generally we ask for public comments and then the rest of the time is reserved for committee discussion.
Yeah, but we did say specifically here that we're going to have grantee input, and I'm saying that this is a time for grantee input as well. We specifically said that in this
Russ, I mean, that was what we had the slide for before, and what we discussed in advance with Colt and their members and partners was to leave that space, which we provided previously.
Okay, so you feel we gave them that narrow window and got it. Okay.
You guys are running this meeting, not me. I'm just clarifying that was what we discussed with Colt in advance, and that's what we provided.
Okay, all right. I thought it was an open dialogue throughout the entirety of the meeting. I do see we have our hands up for Mark and Kelly. I did not catch which one was first. I'm sorry. Kelly, you want to go?
Sure. Mark, did we shoot him up at the same time?
Kelly was first.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kelly.
I was wondering if you could pull up the last slide with the bullet points. I just want to make sure that we kind of hit on that, given that we have 10 minutes left for this portion of the discussion. Is that possible?
Robin's working on it. She's serving double role today.
Thank
You're doing
you,
a great
Robin.
job.
Is this the one, Kelly, you were?
Yep, this is it. Okay. So I guess my question for staff right now is, have you gotten enough information from the committee members to likely not answer any of these questions, but start to formulate some ideas to put together into some guidance. Have we been helpful, or are any of these, do you feel like we need to have more discussion on any of these points?
Renee?
I certainly think you have helped provide perspective and feedback on number 4. I think from that, we can take a crack at 1 through 3, and we've touched on some of these. If there is anything that you feel is fully inconsistent, we haven't heard. We maybe heard that a little bit from Dan, if in the description of like, if something is really just fully for profit. But if there is anything else that you would like to share from that perspective, but I'm going to ask Miriam, Robin, and Audrey, who will help Sarah and me make sense of this feedback. Are there other things? Robin?
I think a clarification would be helpful for just walking through my notes. We talked a lot about, like, the example we used about potentially like infrastructure on a property was really related to the conversation around cultural use of that infrastructure. And so I think, we moved a little bit into the revenue producing and those uses, but it'd be good for us to hear whether that was specifically intended for a framework around infrastructure for cultural utilization, or if that is something that could be more of a larger framework provided for any proposal that involved infrastructure on a property that was primarily for Measure 76 funding.
Great. That's awesome. So for me, I was thinking about it from the cultural perspective, right? Getting tribal members on the land, interacting with the plants, helping to propagate the plants, maybe helping with some of the restoration work. So I guess it was from more of a cultural perspective, but I also think, in some of the things that Dan said really resonated with me as far as what other people feel are important, like uses and ability to get out on the landscape and access things. And it's, I think those, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to things like infrastructure that encourages people to get out and be a part of helping with habitat restoration or interacting with the lands in a positive way. So I think, again, it's really hard because it has to be sort of context dependent a little bit. But yeah, in the back of my head, I've actually been wrestling with this, and I'm curious what other committee members have to say about it, because I'm thinking about like, I don't know. Like another example, like acquiring lands that are adjacent to an area where, there's a hiking trail or something. Would we be opposed to putting in a hiking trail on the lands, right? Or having people interact with the lands in that way? We've had these things come up in the past with land acquisitions, with use, and what is, too much use, what is loving our lands to death, right? Versus what is actually beneficial in getting folks out on the landscape and being a part of it. So, and I very much, from a tribal perspective, we don't necessarily see people as being separate and apart from the land. We're a part of it. And so I think that concept has kind of been swirling around in my head as well with this for non-tribal projects as well. So I don't think I gave you an answer. I don't think that was helpful, but I'm curious if my committee members have answers that are more helpful than mine.
Mark?
Looks like Mark's ready to offer his. Oh, sorry, Russ.
Well, no, I don't think there's a general answer that's always correct. What I want to ask about, I don't want to dismiss what Kelly's talking about. I think it's really important. But I think, to my mind, the answers to a lot of these questions, or at least the direction, is a function of how we answer that first bullet point. What should be considered in decisions about allowable levels of other uses? And I continue to harp on this because I'm not confident yet, or at least I don't see it in the literature we continue to review. Given Measure 76, significant habitat and the associated statutes, it's really important that we decide what we're going to target. And I just think that if we identify landscape resilience, understood historical range of variation as pre-European settlement, complemented with what Russ would push, future range of variation driven by climate change. When you target landscape resilience and you tier everything to that, then you start to resolve some of these issues, and you have a framework for answering questions that we can't answer right now because the landscape essentially tells you what you should be doing. And to my mind, I think that's part of the reciprocity that Indigenous communities will speak to. And unless we're aligned on that, I think we're going to continue to have these kind of conversations. We're going to continue to have a pot of values and interests that are just kind of in the mix. And some will rise to the surface sometimes, other times they won't. Unless we get that sort of direction and those sideboards that really do address significant habitat, wildlife habitat, fish habitat, and so on. So that's my concern with the conversation this morning, is that I'm not confident we've answered that first bullet point. And I think that's absolutely key to resolving all these other issues. And we're out of time.
Oh, no, we're not. I want to answer Robin's question more directly from my perspective. I don't believe it's just for cultural uses. That's my opinion. And Mark, you're 100% correct, and I think we're getting into that sort of, that habitat, significant habitat discussion. I saw some of that in the next agenda item on the recommendations. And it is always going to be case by case, right? Because if the significant habitat that a particular project is investing in is a wildlife corridor, right? And it's a species of wildlife that's extremely impacted by human presence, then guess what? Human presence would be in direct conflict, at least during the period of time that the wildlife that we're trying to preserve that significant habitat for is using that land, right? If it's a mating refuge or something like that. So I think the framework is going to be the important piece. And I think that it's going to be the responsibility of the person proposing the other use to build that business case, right? And to be very clear about how it is a supporting activity for the specific significant habitat that's being protected at that specific parcel, in that it's not going to impact function. I'm just repeating some of the things I heard us talking about today, that it's not going to introduce invasive species, and that, in the business case of supporting activity, talk about income, whether that's being reinvested in or not being reinvested in. And then something that Kelly just brought up that I had thought about is also, I think in that kind of business case, they should talk about like the broader landscape, not just this parcel. Like Kelly said, the adjacent parcel could already have some hiking trails, right? So whether they say it or not, it's going to be pretty clear that those hiking trails will either by design or by human nature kind of extend into that space, right? And so it's sort of behooving to the person who's asking about the other use to build that business case. And I think it's our job, in OWEB staff job, to sort of figure out the framework for how we evaluate that case to see if it's consistent with the investment to protect the specific significant habitat that's being proposed to be protected. I'll hand it over to Russ.
Well said, Dan. Renee, do you want to go? Do you want to
Yeah,
respond?
thanks, Russ. I just have a quick follow-on, maybe for all of you to ponder. I think, again, this might be a threshold question. I think what I'm hearing with what you described as an example, Dan, is that there is openness to hearing other use proposal requests or proposals at the outset in a grant application, or requests, say, subsequent on projects that are already funded and closed and in stewardship. There is openness to hearing those, receiving those with the framework concept that you described, and and articulating upfront. These are the types of considerations that staff and technical experts would use to evaluate those. I think that's what I'm hearing is I think some additional openness to this than maybe what folks to date have felt there is. And certainly maybe the potential for more consistency in terms of these are the things you are aiming for, requester, when you're coming to the agency. But is that right?
So thank you, Renee. I think that we are now in a position where we're talking about unique. Every project is unique in that it is protecting a different habitat, different suite of species, and the desire to be able to have a consistent use may come up at the beginning of a project or later on in its cycle. Having a framework, and I'll repeat this again, a framework that ensures that we do not demonstrably impact the overall habitat function, nor the health and welfare of the fish or wildlife protected on the site, and that we have a technical review committee that has both cultural background and biological background and land trust background to be able to help do the rapid reviews as requests come in. If we have that framework statewide, I think that'll help the program get to the point of clarity that it's looking for.
I think that gives us something that we can work with in terms of like starting to draft up a recommendation. And I think, I'm hearing the themes as they emerge here, Russ. I won't restate what you just said because you just said it, and I never do a really good job of restating at that level anyway. But combining what Russ said with what Dan said with what Kelly said, and now Mark, I think we're finding the themes here, right? And I think we've often gotten hung up on this sort of in our own heads, in my own head, and at least in the past, is like, if you set out to say, okay, let's allow uses that don't undermine fish and wildlife habitat values. I mean, humans are part of nature, but they're kind of loud, clumsy, impactful parts of nature very often, right? And so it's pretty hard to evaluate an individual use on a case-by-case basis if the threshold that we're doing is like, well, and it shouldn't. But you guys are it shouldn't impact fish and wildlife habitat benefits at all. But you guys are starting to say, okay, let's bring in, does it affect overall landscape sort of resiliency and ecosystem function? Does it affect the specific values that we're investing in and that have really caused this project to rise to the top in terms of program funding? And is that sort of a significance that undermines the Measure 76 values? We'll play around with that review team concept, Russ. I think we'll have to think about, we ask a lot of our review team volunteers already, so let us play around with that a little bit and see what we can do. But I think the point's well taken that opening that up to a diversity of expertise is important, and a diversity of expertise and perspectives. So I know staff are collecting this, taking notes, and sort of summarizing as we go here as well.
Good. Thank you. We have Mark and then Audrey.
I was just going to say my response to Renee's question is yes, in terms of what she described, the openness, and probably to what Robin was talking about as well.
Great. Audrey?
Yeah, thanks, Russ. So I first off, I wanted to say that Dan, I like your suggestion to have those proposing the uses put the case forward because it gives us a starting point for what to analyze because we are asking for a consistent process. And so that, we can put the framework together of like what they need to tell us about. And then to Russ, your point that you've been bringing up about like a review team for analyzing the uses. I think I want to try to like re-clarify that a little bit. So to not muddy the waters with the technical review team that we're proposing in the recommendations about like reviewing applications. But having what we talked about in the other use memo is a third party expert who sits with us and talks through the proposal, so what, like somebody from one of our Fish and Wildlife sister agencies, right? Could be an example. We would need to pursue that with them first before we volunteer them for the role, right? But having, the applicant and OWEB and that third party expert sit together and look at the proposal. And so rather than not the review team that is looking at the applications, but some third party expert that helps us analyze whether it's going to be too much of an impact on fish and wildlife habitat. So I think, does that fit for what you're looking for, Russ?
I think the question is, where do you want to have the burden of the review? It is bringing in a third party who may have unique expertise to validate that we're not threatening habitat or the fish and wildlife, that this activity, whatever it may be, is going to have a insignificant overall impact on the life cycle of the project.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and maybe we find that person who then can sit on the technical review team and be part of the process. But thank you.
I think you captured it well, and I think that leads us to our 15-minute break. And so let's do that, or at least it's 10:33, so maybe it'll be a 12-minute break. Let's get back here at 10:45 and start the next half of the agenda.
Okay. Good.
All right. How we doing? Russ, if you're saying something, I think you're muted.
We're back.
All right, perfect. Moving on to agenda item big enchilada number 2.
Thanks, Dan.
Yes.
Robin, could you pull up the PowerPoint again, please? All right. Welcome back, everyone. Again, for the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. Another reminder, this was absolutely a team effort to put together the draft program recommendations that we are about to offer you. So huge thanks to Miriam and Robin and Audrey and Sarah and all of the feedback that we've gotten to get here. So this is grounded in the memo, the cover memo that you received around the draft program recommendations that is accompanied by the recommendations table. Hooray, we made it to draft recommendations. So hopefully we can have a good discussion about this and put together a game plan for getting this to the board in July. So a quick note, we did make a few minor corrections to the cover memo for the draft recommendations. None of the recommendations changed substantively at all. We were just clarifying a few items in the memo. So that was reposted on Monday. The slides here, not unlike what we just walked through with other uses, really are hitting the high points and providing some examples. This is not an exhaustive review of every aspect of the recommendations. You all requested this of staff back at the March meeting. So what we've done is put together draft recommendations that really emphasize foundational questions 1, 2, and 4. So use of conservation easements, expectations about habitat significance, and active restoration, and weaving risk tolerance throughout the recommendations. While we did not put together explicit recommendations about other uses, there are a few recommendations you'll see that have a connection, but we did not want to get out in front of the committee's discussion, which was wonderful. Thank you for that great discussion we just had on other uses, really helpful from a staff perspective. So in terms of the recommendation areas, we did not put together an exhaustive list of every piece of feedback we received throughout the last 12 to 18 months of this process, but absolutely what we try to do with these recommendations are capture, based on the feedback we did receive from Holt and their members, from tribes, from other interested parties, what are those key areas of the process or key topical areas where we're hearing a lot of frustration. If we really try to focus on those, we think we can make a big difference in terms of program accessibility. So one note at the bottom of this slide, we are working separately on recommendations associated with the tribal work stream. We are being mindful of sovereignty issues, and there can be some connections like what we just talked about in the other uses, the cultural uses piece of that. So Sarah's going to talk a little bit more about the tribal work stream recommendations in just a bit, but just want to note we understand there are connections here, and we'll talk more about the specific plan in terms of tribal follow-up in just a bit. Yep. Go ahead, Dan.
Before we move off of this slide, I'm sorry, I just need to ask, is that border picture, is that like photoshopped of different pictures together, or is that like taken from one place? It's amazing. It
I don't
captures so
know.
much.
I don't know. I'm not sure if Linda's still on, but she can answer that question for us if she
All right.
is.
Well,
Yeah, those are the hills outside of John Day.
wow. One frame captured all that diversity of a landscape and color. Amazing. What a great state.
That's why they call them painted hills.
Sorry, I had to.
No worries, no worries. So I think, Robin, you can go to the next slide. And just again, it's good to have a touch back to the public comment that you receive, written public comment, and some of the verbal comment certainly is in the vein of this recommendation agenda item and moving us to solutions. So let's see, I think, Robin, is that, I was thinking there was one before that. Can you go back one? Sorry, yes, okay, sorry. Yeah, this is where we need to be. So in terms of the structure for the recommendations, again, organized around key practices and processes, especially those that we heard substantial feedback about, where we've seen some chronic challenges. The table defines the topic and the associated conservation principle. We then explain briefly the current practice and context that's used within the land acquisition program. We've developed two staff brainstormed options for each one of the categories or key practices or processes. Note that the options that we developed are things that can be implemented within existing legal authority. So that's important. We weren't going into the space of if we change statute, then what could happen. We do briefly describe risk assessment for each. So going back to that risk tolerance question and kind of weighing out the different types of risk and different considerations around that. And then we do note a preferred option for each one. So in terms of selecting a preferred option, our thinking was what would help to increase program demand, improve customer service. Notably, the hope is that both of those things will ultimately result in an increase in scale of habitat conservation implemented with land acquisition grant investments. And then just to touchstone back to what I mentioned earlier about all of this is premised on having a shared goal and intent in mind with our partners in this program of increasing the extent of habitat conservation in the state and hopefully increasing resilience in landscapes that provide habitat for native species. And then to close the loop, the text at the bottom, Sarah did mention at the last meeting that staff would essentially research a mechanism by which the board can provide direction to staff without going through rulemaking. So currently the land acquisition rule set is relatively brief, and we have a lot of supporting information, as I talked about earlier, in terms of program documents, guidance, templates, et cetera, that really helps to kind of flesh out how we administer the program in a way that aligns still with what you all have directed us to do via the administrative rules. In other complex programs like Focus Investment Partnership or Watershed Council Capacity, we also use that approach. We have administrative rules and then program guidance that hangs off of that. So given the existing process that we use for land acquisition with guidance and templates and other documents, precedent with other programs, we feel it's very clear and obvious space for you all to provide additional direction to us around expectations with administering the land acquisition grant program, so long as those align with statute and rule. So that was definitely a core part of our analysis. So I think now, Robin, we can go to the first recommendation slide. Perfect. In terms of how we organize the memo and this presentation, we know the table goes into kind of granular detail about recommendations. You all were presented up front with 4 foundational questions. We're trying to, in this presentation, stitch these together by talking about the foundational question and then what are the associated recommendations or examples of those. So the first question is around use of conservation easement to meet the title restriction requirement. From a staff perspective, we recommend that yes, you do continue to use the conservation easement as an instrument. Based on what we've heard throughout these conversations, our sense is that it's less about the easement as an instrument and more about how the agency has structured use and implementation of easements as that protective instrument. So you'll see the staff recommendation here, one example of a few in the table. So we're really interested in exploring revisions to the CE template to identify, for example, where terms might be modified. So things like changes to prohibited uses to better enable stewardship that aligns with conservation values and intent of grant funding. So we do include a couple examples of that. This definitely gets into kind of the weedier, what is the language included in the easement? How do we balance still having the ability to ensure those Measure 76 expectations, but maybe providing some additional flexibility to our grantees in that context. We recognize that with any option, there can be risks. It could be that we, by not using an easement template or by changing some of the terms in the easement, we could create ambiguities. There could be the potential that someone would attempt to challenge whether our conservation easement is enforceable. To us, it's worth exploration of these changes with those risks in mind and being very careful in how we craft any updates to the easement document. We can retain the use of the instrument, which helps manage risk, but at the same time, we can explore some additional revisions and flexibility to help to address some concerns that we've heard from partners over the years. So you'll see this as kind of the common theme where we will present a recommendation and also talk about risk, because we do think it's important to consider the cost benefit of different types of risk. You'll also start to pick up on the theme if there's a lot of interconnectedness across the recommendation. So things like when we get into habitat, that can connect back to the conservation easement recommendation. So I think, Robin, we can move on to the second foundational question. So that this question focuses on significant habitat and expectations about future conditions. So overall, the staff recommendation is really doing an extensive relook at how the agency approaches habitat considerations in grant making. We have multiple recommendations in the table that relate to this. So I'm just going to hit on a few examples. And as I mentioned, it does connect back to structure and content of the easement. So for example, we're interested in looking at kind of rethinking the easement language and focusing it on habitat protection rather than maybe articulating out as we have detailed expectations around future restoration or future condition expectations. Encouraging applicants to describe stewardship or opportunities for stewardship and where appropriate restoration, but don't prescribe those in conservation easement and baseline and a management plan. And then leveraging, we recognize the struggle of not having a concrete definition from the Constitution or even in statute about what is significant habitat. So leveraging technical information such as the recently released State Wildlife Action Plan to help us to better describe expectations around existing habitat. And there are some other associated changes in the recommendations table on that front. I think before we go to the next slide, I would note, and Mark Webb, you mentioned this already, so I guess thanks for teeing this up in this meeting. The topic of resilience absolutely has come up multiple times through these ARE committee conversations. And I think some of that question of how do we define, how do we interpret expectations of significant habitat? So there certainly are, for example, definitions in state law as of 2023 that defines climate resilience. And so if there is some interest from this committee or the board to help elucidate or elaborate on significant habitat by having some tie to resilience, I think certainly land acquisition investments absolutely help to increase resilience of our landscapes, our habitats, our ecosystems. And so just noting that, that could be another overlay here around kind of clarity or additional information related to significant habitat. I think, Robin, you can, yep, perfect. Okay, so, oh no, go back, sorry. So in terms of, we have offered recommendations. We also have a few other suggestions in terms of content for policy guidance from the committee and ultimately the board. One is to be clear that eligible and funded land acquisitions must have potential to provide significant habitat now or into the future. We're not proposing defining that, but what we're trying to get clear on is we don't want folks feeling as though you have to come in the door with perfect habitat to be even eligible for the program. We recognize that it could be, pretty good habitat conditions now and describing your game plan into the future, but without some of the more specific requirements or documentation in an easement as an example. We do related to that. I think that it's important to clarify that active restoration will not be required or prescribed for all funded projects. That's definitely been an area of confusion based on the input we've received through the process. So being really clear on these grants are focused on acquisition, and we have to have a nexus to the important habitats for native fish and wildlife, but that you will not be required to conduct active restoration for all projects. And then direction that the program should take a shoulder-to-shoulder approach to grant making. We've heard that a lot through these recent discussions with the committee. And then we really would appreciate some additional guidance from the committee and the board about how to approach, how to evaluate properties that have more modest existing habitat values. Again, we don't want to create a situation where we have a bifurcation of you must complete active restoration, but a sense from you all of, are there application questions that you would like applicants to answer who are bringing in projects that have properties with more modest existing habitat values? What do you want to hear about their plan for the resilience outcomes or the habitat outcomes that they're aiming to achieve? Are there considerations that you would like our technical review committees to look at related to these properties? Because we don't want to somehow undervalue or put these projects at a disadvantage, but we recognize that in a competitive program, how do projects like that best make their case? So there's a few other things that are related to content in the table, but just wanted to flag those related to habitat. I think, Robin, you can go to the next one. Oh, nope, sorry, number 3, yep. Okay, so we've touched on this. We did not provide a lot of specific recommendations on other uses. That said, there is a recommendation on the concept of areas of impact, and if conservation easement language could be adjusted to better account for instances where an area of impact happens on a property, it might experience more chronic issues that could have a negative effect, but otherwise the property is able to deliver on those conservation benefits that are critical to Measure 76 investment. So that's just one example of, we tried to nudge a recommendation forward, but being mindful that you all needed to talk through other uses. Really here on this, and I think we covered it well in the last agenda item, just really trying to get past this lack of clarity or a sense of uncertainty that folks have, whether it's at time of application or grantees who are already in the program, about what is and is not acceptable. And I don't think that's necessarily a fault of the program to date at all. It's just we've taken these very case by case, and we don't have direction from enabling legislation. So these conversations on other uses will be really helpful, I think, to offer some additional clarity and an understanding of the process. Okay, I think, Robin, we can go to question 4. Okay, so this question, as you know, focuses on agency risk tolerance. You might recall this risk matrix that we built some time ago, and we thought it really did help to lay out the different types of risks that exist, the spectrum of risk that we can and should as public funders be thinking about, and underscoring not all risks are equal, and whether we're talking about equal in terms of likelihood or probability, or equal in terms of cost or impact. And so really just wanting to keep this in mind as we're embarking on both changes to the program, but also things like assessment of other use requests. Having some kind of a structured process by which we're thinking about where can we pull some levers to create more flexibility, increase demand, ultimately expand the number of land acquisitions that are happening that are protecting important habitat for native fish and wildlife, while at the same time being mindful of us still being a public funder and needing to be accountable for use of those public funds. So we did weave risk tolerance throughout the recommendations. And I think, Robin, just go, if you want to pop to the next one. Yeah, so there are a few specific example recommendations, though, in the table associated with risk. So increasing the level of risk the agency's willing to incur at time of application by recognizing an applicant will not have every specific detail worked out, and whether that's about what their overall stewardship plan is, maybe working through every bit of information on title issues, but really trying to focus on these are the things we need to have better understanding on, and these are the things that it's okay to have some certain uncertainty about at time of application, and we'll work through it during that due diligence phase, that 18-month period. That does run the potential that the agency could end up needing to spend resources on addressing problems before we can get to a closed project because it wasn't detected at time of application. From a staff standpoint, we feel like that's worth the trade-off. Those likelihoods are hopefully low. And if we can have greater program demand, hopefully it's worth the trade-off in terms of the potential for risk. Another is, as I mentioned, kind of understanding what we really need to have resolved from a due diligence perspective so that we have very clear legal sufficiency on a grant agreement, on a conservation easement versus kind of nice to have issues that are lower risk and lower probability. Could be that we bump into lesser ecological outcomes or some unexpected property issue, or the need even for us to defend the interest, but it feels as though from a staff perspective, the preferred outcome is to explore some of that prioritizing or tiering of where we expect folks to come in with clearer due diligence resolutions on. And I think with that, yeah, so Sarah, do you want to take a few minutes to talk about tribal work stream next steps since it's related to but separate from the recommendation memo and table?
Yeah, sure. I think Renee, to keep us on track for the discussion, I'm going to make a pretty short treatment of this, and then maybe we can circle back if there's some additional questions. I want to appreciate Kelly Coates as both a committee member and co-chair and tribal representative on our OWEB board, and also Lindsay McClary, our other board co-chair, who happens to also be a tribal staff member. Took an opportunity in a standing meeting recently to just say, here's kind of where we're at. What do we do next? And I think when we last met with this committee, we had talked about pulling together a work group, inviting tribal staff to come in and dig in and start work. And I think we found the question we needed to call was, do we start digging in on development of some of the tribal specific templates and documents and guidance that we talked about here, a tribal specific easement or multiple tribal specific easements if different tribes are encountering different challenges with that. Or for any tribes or some tribes is the barrier of proceeding with the assumption of a conservation easement and a title restriction given the concerns about transfer to trust and tribal sovereignty and limited waivers of sovereign immunity that we've talked about. Are those barriers so great that we need to explore what we think would be at this point, and we've continued to do research and kind of have conversations about this, would almost certainly be a legislative change to ORS 541-960 that Diane cited earlier to create an exemption from that for sovereign tribal government partners. We did hit, as we continued that research, some legal sufficiency questions around that have kind of slowed us down, and we wanted to make sure we had some clear messages before circling back. So, based on Kelly and Lindsay's advice and just continued conversation, it seemed to make sense to restart, as we had with the memo that went directly to our tribal staff partners, to restart individual tribal engagement, to call that question. It didn't feel fair to call people into a group and say, hey, should we take a legislative route or a more program guidance route? There's probably a significant diversity of opinion, and there are probably multiple, staff or even leadership at each individual tribe that might need to weigh in on that it doesn't feel fair to call everybody into a work group and call that question. So our planned next step here, sorry, Renee, I've departed significantly from your lovely slides and bullet points here, is to request follow-up meetings or anyone who's interested from each of the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon, and to present those pathways and just explore and find, okay, what does each individual tribe want or need to proceed to be able to open up greater access to this program if needed, and then sort of figure out how to bunch the next steps from there. Robin, could you go to the next slide? Yeah, these are the bullet points that I was describing actually now. So these are some examples of some of the work products that could be included there. I think it's very likely that it will still make sense to convene a couple of other work, one or more work groups following on that, where there are multiple tribes interested in pursuing specific products or actions. Then I think we'll still see that route forward, but just wanted to kind of report that progress and let folks know. We did reach out and invite tribal staff that have been engaged in the process up to this point and to this meeting, but also just want to let folks know we'll be reaching out individually in the near future here. I think that probably takes us back to discussion. You go to the next slide. Yeah. So I think that given the context that Renee has provided here, what we'd like to hear from the committee is sort of, first of all, is there anything in the written materials or the discussion here where you feel like we're kind of humming along to the wrong tune, we've missed something, there's something that needs to be corrected, there's something that needs to get some more thorough discussion before we move forward? And sort of, ask for your feedback on any and each of those particular directions. I think for us, we didn't want to get super detailed before kind of checking that tune with you, but we feel like these are themes that we've heard from the full set of committee members and in multiple meetings now. We're feeling pretty confident, but we're looking for course correction. And then the next step, that we would propose at that point is, it's a pretty short step actually for us to go from here's a memo for us recommending what you should direct us to do, which is kind of what we did with the memo today, to just turning that into a draft that we could potentially share with you in advance of the next board meeting that says, and here's at least a draft recommendation for the board to discuss in July meeting. We've held some space for that. I don't think we would anticipate any action or a vote necessarily on that, although Renee can raise her eyebrows at me if we're wrong about that. It'd be lovely if you got there, I suppose, but we don't usually present complex information and ask the board to vote at the same time. But I think what we'd like is to get your input on this level and then kind of a thumbs up if you're comfortable with us taking this to the next level of detail, starting to frame it as, that memo, the recommendation that would go directly to the board for discussion in July. And once again, Renee, I think I have proceeded to your future slides. So sorry for stealing your thunder there if I did. Members?
So thank you for this clarification as we come forward here. I guess I read every one of the recommendations, and I really like the logic chain that you have given us. And I looked at your preferred recommendations throughout the entire document that you sent us, and the logic of the preferred versus the alternative made a lot of sense. And I think that I concur with all of your preferred recommendations. As I went through it, it just made perfect sense to me. It felt like you had listened in an extraordinary manner to the inputs of partners and colleagues and legal review, and all the justifications behind them are, I'm impressed. And I just, I didn't have significant alterations. I like the theme, and I think that in the manner you gave it to us, I think that the full board would understand it as well, even though they haven't been involved in the direct dialogue over the last 18 months.
Thanks, Russ. That's great to hear. I was pretty excited when staff first shared it with me too. It was feeling like a daunting amount of input to bring together, and I'm sure it was I know it was a lot of work, and I'm really impressed with it as well. Kelly? No, wait, I'm not facilitating. Dan, I'm going to
Hey.
mute myself so I don't keep stealing
Okay.
your role.
Kelly, how about it?
So I just want to say, I want to echo, I just want to echo the comments. You all did a fantastic job putting together something that is incredibly complex into something that's very easily digestible. I really appreciated the table. I think that lays it out so nicely. And again, as I read through it, I didn't have anything in there that I really had wanted significant changes or even really honestly minor changes to it. I want to say again, I feel very heard by all of you in the conversations that we've been having about this. And I do feel like this is the way that it's drafted is going to be very helpful when we bring it to the full board for them to understand. And so I didn't have any proposed edits to it. I don't have any really outstanding questions for it. I felt like it was great. I mean, honestly, you guys did a great job with it.
Mark, Dan?
Yeah, I was waiting to see if Mark had some things. I had a couple things that I wanted to kind of ask questions about first and foremost, I agree, it's wonderful. And I'm curious about a couple of things, but I don't know if we're.
I would have been kind of concerned if nobody had questions or feedback. That would have felt a little uncomfortable. So I'm glad to hear that, Dan.
So I'm not seeing Mark kind of raise his hand. So I'll just jump in. And I'm per usual, I'm probably just missing something here. But on there was something that I thought was kind of a little odd on I think it's the second page in the last item on the second page, the topic being management plan implementation as part of organizational capacity evaluation for grant applications. Basically the preferred recommendation is I'm kind of confused, like decouple management plan implementation from capacity evaluation in future applications. I kind of get that it was, well, at least in my reading of it, it seemed to be saying like, oh, well, don't punish them if they weren't able to get a grant from OWEB or from another party to get the resources to implement stuff. So I get that, but to sort of, throw the baby out with the bathwater, I don't know. I feel like people should be held a little more accountable to their management plans and, take into consideration that there was a funding failure and expectation changes, but I would want people to have the ability to look at how well somebody is implementing a management plan, funding decisions aside, as a evaluation criteria for their organizational capacity evaluation. That was the one kind of preferred recommendation that just made me say, do we really want to kind of give that up, or do we want to be able to maintain some consideration of that when evaluating organizational capacity and effectiveness? So that's just a comment. I'm not looking for an answer right now. And then the other thing, which sort of is the very first thing on page 3. This is the topic that I think Mark Webb was bringing up last time, and I had said, I think we'll have an opportunity to talk to that later. It's just ongoing conversation about what is significant habitat, right? And how do how do we kind of define that? And I like the preferred recommendation here. I had actually asked AI, crazily enough that I may, because I know nothing about this, right? And I'm just kind of kicking this out there for consideration. And Renee, you had started out this conversation by saying something about, is there interest in another conversation about this, right? What I won't say learned, because I didn't really learn anything except that there's a couple of things that exist. We're already referring here to the State Wildlife Action Plan. But it also sounds like the state has developed like some common evaluation tools that ODF runs. And I don't know anything about them, but there is a ODF Compass tool, and there's conservation opportunity areas, and people probably are already well versed in these things. But I guess what I'm kind of leaning on as a thought is, since those are Oregon specific, and since we're already kind of leaning into the statewide wildlife action plan, would it be helpful for OWEB to ask sort of land acquisition applicants to use a common tool? So like we're kind of comparing apples to apples across the Oregon landscape, in terms of what is the most significant, habitat, and is it in conservation opportunity areas, and what is the condition now versus if it is degraded. It just feels like, without knowing anything, there may be some tools that we could kind of standardize that a little bit. I realize it's maybe, while we've been talking about taking burden off of applicants, maybe it's a little bit more. And now Robin's going to say, hey, you idiot, we've been doing that all along.
No, I'm not going to say that, but I do want to.
Don't start it that way, Robin.
Draw the connection.
I won't be offended.
I think you're drawing it already, Dan, but to the State Wildlife Action Plan, the SWAP, and the Oregon Conservation Strategy, which is the kind of, they're one and the same now. So the SWAP has been updated, and it kind of brought in the OCS, and that's where you get the opportunity areas, the conservation species. So the SWAP is a build on and incorporation of the conservation opportunity areas. The Compass tool that ODFW has is a great tool for those areas that are designated, maps of it. It is a wonderful tool. It's utilized by other programs as well. So the SWAP is connected to those tools that you're referencing.
Mark Webb.
Thanks. Yeah, again, it's great. I'm always impressed with OWEB staff. It's kind of embarrassing to be on the board and to be more stupid than the people we're actually giving direction to. So just to say that. So I have three.
I feel that, Mark.
Maybe three areas that I'd appreciate clarification on, and maybe some concerns. The first one is the third current practice and context down on the first page. Your preferred option where you remove reference and or requirements within CE language that speak to future conditions. And you're doing this because a lot of times grantees don't really understand what those might be. I'm just afraid that I can appreciate desired future conditions being taken out, but having existing conditions and no comment about desired conditions, ignoring and just tiering this to the State Wildlife Action Plan, I just feel like it gives license just to pursue purchase of a property and not do anything when you just describe it as opportunities to do things in the future. And I appreciate you want to avoid the obligation or the sense of obligation on applicants, because that depends on a variety of factors, funding, staffing, laws, all kinds of things. But and I don't know that you correct it. I'm just uncomfortable with not including in the conservation easement both existing conditions, and for most of Oregon, private or public, those are going to be degraded conditions vis-a-vis what was here historically, pre-European settlement, and a description of what the desired conditions are with somehow recognition that we may never get there, or it may be pretty slow, or those sorts of things. Yeah, I am concerned about that, and I'm just wondering if I'm reading that correctly. And before you answer, I might just acknowledge, or not acknowledge, but state, I'm not particularly sympathetic to the land trust on this issue about not knowing what needs to be done. So I'll give two examples. One is the Rush Creek Ranch, which we recently authorized Blue Mountain Land Trust to pursue. So I am familiar with that property. It's reflective of a lot of upland and riparian in Eastern Oregon. Incredible juniper encroachment. We know that just driving through. It's been logged hard, legacy effects of mismanagement, conifer and juniper, and we know what needs to happen in some of the riparian areas. That doesn't take years to figure out. We just know, given the existing conditions, vis-a-vis what SWAP should identify as desired conditions with those various landscapes, what kind of changes we would like to see. Now, I appreciate on a property like the Oxbow, where the restoration in stream there has occurred over a decade plus, and you might not know with the same sense of certainty or finality what you would do in those situations. And so I do feel like we need to be sensitive to the varieties there, but yeah, anyway, that's my concern with that preference, and I don't know how you address it, and I'm not going to say no to it, but that is a concern I have there. Want me to go on?
Yeah.
Russ, what is your preference? You want staff to chime in point by point, Russ?
Sure, why not? While it's fresh. Yeah.
Okay, and hopefully I'm buying a little bit of time for either Robin or Miriam to chime in. So I do think, Mark, part of this is the tension between avoiding being very prescriptive in the easement because of things like uncertainty about exactly what might be needed. Thank you for the Oxbow example. That's a great one. Also, we are not committing funding to those things. And so prescribing that is definitely an area of sensitivity, and I think something we've heard about a lot. I think the thinking was really shifting to kind of focus on opportunities to create enhanced conditions, and so maybe there's something that we need to think through around, like how do you describe aspirationally to get at your point of, don't think the plan is to just buy a piece of property and not tend to it in any way. It may not be restorations needed, but folks steward. I mean, every property owner is stewarding that property. And so something to get at kind of the aspirational intent of whatever actions are being taken on the ground, but in a way that doesn't move into very specific, detailed either description of restored conditions or explicit statements about desired future conditions that are then kind of woven into in a legal and kind of compliance way, the easement. But I don't know, Miriam or Robin, if either one of you, since neither of you is on screen, maybe you don't want to add anything, but if you do, feel free, because this is where I think you two have a lot more experience, certainly, than I do.
And I have kind of a related, I kind of agree with Mark, and what I thought we were trying to do here was not necessarily let people off the hook, but to sort of make a very complicated thing a little bit more easier to implement. And so I thought we were really trying to bifurcate the CE to really be kind of focused on a more simplistic land acquisition piece of the puzzle to take out some of the complexities that arise, and to allow more flexibility on kind of the management side, right? But the management plan itself, I mean, there's still teeth in that, right? I mean, it's still like part of the overall grant condition. Like in EPA, we have like all these terms and conditions that go with grants, and I apologize. I have never delved into the weeds on kind of that part of OWEB, but it's like, you have agreements and then you have CEs, and it just seemed to me like one of the paths in what we're recommending here is the kind of bifurcation of that, right? So the CE is a little more simple, straightforward. These management activities that Mark is talking about, especially when it's pretty obvious, they're in the management plan up front, kind of baked in. There is some way to have accountability to that. And for those environments where we do need to get to know the land a little better and adapt management as we go, those management plans will change over time. But I'm babbling on it. I just want to make sure I understand that even if that accountability is not in the CE itself, what I'm getting at is we still have some accountability for that via the management plan implementation, I think, right?
So that's a change we're proposing. So Robin, do you want to talk about one, the CE, but then two, the shifting in terms of, and I think this, Dan, is about thinking through appropriate roles for us as a funder versus day-to-day managers, owners and managers of land around our role in the management plan. And we're actually proposing to disconnect some of that tight link that we've had between the management plan, which is a lot of detail, with the easement itself. But Robin, do you want to talk about those two things?
Yeah, and Dan, I don't think you should ever apologize for your rambling, because you end up pretty much describing exactly what we're talking about. So appreciate your rambling quite a bit. And I do think both of you, Dan and Mark, raise a good and are ultimately raising the question that we're grappling with of what is the purpose of the OWEB conservation easement? Is it to serve primarily as a protective instrument that takes these high level, more land use and development right tools and look at it for protecting the property for the purpose? Or is it also a tool to drive restorative actions and management on the property? And so what we're talking about is treating the easement more as that protective tool and not as the tool to drive management, and then utilizing, which is also, I think, a question, but we are putting it as a recommendation, utilizing the management plan as a tool that's kind of outside the bounds of the conservation easement terms. So there is the interaction between the documents that we're talking about, because there's also the baseline, which is an integral part of the conservation easement document. And I think, Mark, that gets to your point of how you talk about the conservation values and the condition of the property that's there, and then not so much about those desired future conditions, but that's where we bring in those application conversations and those management plan conversations. So it is kind of treating the tools rather than this big integral web, and kind of looking at them from what purpose do we need them to serve at OWEB. And we're essentially, with the conservation easement, proposing to look at that at a level of not a higher level, but essentially not as the management driving tool, but finding another space for those agreements to take place.
So that makes a lot of sense to me, provided the management plans are driving restoration activities when warranted. And I'll just note, to the extent that a management plan, not the conservation easement, includes both existing and desired conditions, that gives you the opportunity then to decide whether this ground needs no improvement, because it's really functioning well, ecologically speaking, some improvement or lots of improvement. And I just think it frames some of your other things nicely, but that helps me a lot. Thank you.
Mark, and following up on what you were just saying there, I think the clarity that comes in time, and I think your Oxbow versus the Raji's Ranch, forgetting the name of
Rush
it,
Creek.
Rush Creek, that some things are certainly known because of historic management practices. You know that very clearly in Rush Creek, the desired future condition and how to get to it. Some projects are not as obvious on how. There may be multiple directions you need to take or to test before you get to the desired future aspirations you may have for a property. And I think this approach that staff is describing gives us that flexibility to be able to run when you have the knowledge and to delve deeper when you don't have the knowledge about which direction you're going to be moving towards. I do like, back to Dan's comments, the focus on the swap. I want to remind everybody that that is embedded in the Constitution. It's referenced. And we are working on as a beneficiary at this time as a board with a once in every 10-year update to that document. And the technical information that is provided to us, and through the Compass program, the ability to be able to access that information very seamlessly on the part of our partners, the land trust, the tribes, will put us in a very, very good position with a lot of knowledge at the beginning of a project.
Okay.
And even potential partners as a result.
So Dan, did you want to respond? I have a couple more questions if not.
Yeah, no, the one thing I wanted to say, Mark, about your comment on the management plans and that sort of range, existing and desired future conditions and how much is needed is, I would think, I mean, and again, just a curiosity question. As we move forward, like this year, we're going to end up with more projects than we're going to be able to fund, right? And we talked a lot about risk management, right? And I think what we're dealing with here is finding that right balance. And that said, like, if we're looking at a range of property acquisitions where some of them are like, they're already right there, and others are like, yeah, the desire is to get there, but it needs a lot more, that the ones that are already there, I would expect us to prioritize for funding versus those that maybe are not quite there yet, and there's more kind of inherent risk in getting there. And not that I need an answer, but just a thought.
This is a really helpful discussion, and I think that's like I think I'm trying to find where we're at, where you guys are at, and thinking about management planning. I want to remind folks, when we had our tribal panel, Lawrence Schwalbe from Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde shared this perspective of like, hey, when we do these things with BPA, it's kind of like, here's what we plan to do. Let's check in every couple of years and see how our year or whatever, and see how it's going. And it felt shoulder to shoulder, right? And when we've talked about the culture of our program, that's a term that we and our partners use a lot, that I feel like really captures where we're trying to get to here. And when we talk about the role of management planning, regardless of what the mechanism is legally, I think part of the question that I wrestle with is, if you imagine this continuum from like enforceable to aspirational, and Dan, I heard you saying the word accountable or accountability, and maybe Mark as well. I think we're looking for the place on that continuum that makes sense, that has that shoulder to shoulder feeling, but it's not just like you say, like, hey, it'd be great if we get here in 10 years or 20 years or whatever, but we'll see. But I don't think that we want a culture where that feels like enforceability, right? Where it's like, why didn't you? And so finding ourselves on that continuum and hearing from the board, I mean, I think that where I hear you talking about accountability is probably a little further in that direction than we thought you guys were, right? Of like, hey, let's lay out some plans. Let's have this as a shared like understanding of where the property would get to and adaptively manage over time. To me, accountability is a little different than that. So I just would kind of welcome some continued conversation about where we'd like to find ourselves on that continuum. And then we can probably figure out the mechanisms and the sideboards to, you know, where we need some edits to our program to be able to get us there.
Yeah, Sarah, I think that's exactly right. And, you know, what we've learned through our committee and hearing from people is that that might depend a little bit. And I hate to say that, but like, you know, we have some partners who are certified and it's part of their mission and ingrained in their sort of accreditation that that's sort of what they do, you know? And so shoulder to shoulder with those folks is feeling pretty good to me. Versus, you know, if I wrote something myself, you know, or, you know, just as an extreme example, like I'll fall apart on day one, right? And so obviously we have structure in place to prevent me from getting those kind of funds. But I think the important piece is the real complicated part of separation, right? So the CE is the protective tool for the land, and then this other part working shoulder to shoulder is there is a little bit of a lot more flexibility there, and especially with accredited kind of partners.
But if we link those, and guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we link those legally by saying the CE is pretty simple, but we incorporate the management plan by reference, then we've kind of undermined the distinction that you just talked about, even though they're actually technically in separate documents, right?
And thank you for bringing that up, because I saw that on the top of page 2 there, expectations for desired future conditions, that we were still incorporating it by reference, and that didn't seem right to me. And correct, isn't there another way, like through grant terms and conditions to sort of, I mean, I think we have to preserve that sort of, in order to have that shoulder to shoulder relationship and have some flexibility. We can't just say, oh yeah, here you go, take it and roll with it. We do want to kind of have that continued shoulder to shoulder conversation, right? And so how do we do that? Like, how do we do those check-ins, right? I think, can't we have that as part of another grant condition? Like, so that it's like, okay, yeah, here's the money, here's the CE to be the protective tool for the land, and there's this other management plan, and we're going to talk about this and see how we're doing in getting closer to your desired future conditions.
I think I better hand the mic to Renee before I get myself into trouble here.
Well,
I'm trying to get more detailed than I can.
I might say something and hand the mic then to someone else. So I think, Dan, part of what you're getting at, we don't have a specific answer to, because this is part of this process, is saying we are interested in exploring how we might adjust things like that. Because I think what we don't want to have is a situation where something is incorporated by reference. It's intended to be a lot more detailed, needs, I think, to maybe what Mark Webb mentioned, like it has to be adaptively managed through time. We can do this, but if it's incorporated by reference, it is part of the legal framework for it. To your point of maybe the committee isn't all in on full flexibility, you still want a decent amount of accountability. We need some space to explore like what gives us that in a way that feels comfortable to you. And this is where I might then hand the mic to say, the 2 transaction folks and our contact counsel who are on the call may have some more concrete examples, but knowing this is the point of this effort is to go into what would that different structure look like. So Robin, it looks like you be my phone a friend.
Actually, Robin, can I ask a very quick question that you'll probably answer right now? Is, so when we do like a restoration grant, don't we have some sort of an agreement that we use to kind of hold accountable to that restoration work that OWEB is funding.
We
And so
do,
that's-
but in transactions, the grant agreement has a term and the easement doesn't, right? So you guys remind me, it's like 10 or 20 years or something like that. If you only attach the management term to the agreement, it would disappear effectively. That accountability loop would disappear when the grant agreement ends, because I don't think we know how to do a perpetual grant agreement. But like that, I may be over my skis on that.
Well, that's what we're talking about, is how to change things moving forward. And whether we can do a perpetual grant agreement or not is part of the conversation, I think. But that idea, I think the idea that we're all agreeing to is to have kind of this separation. I think, maybe I'm wrong. But with that separation, it doesn't necessarily mean that we sort of throw out the baby with the bathwater. We trust, I mean, obviously, we have great people. They're doing phenomenal work, which makes OWEB successful. And we want to let them do their work and get out of their way. And, you know, whatever ability we have, maybe it isn't in perpetuity, but maybe it's until we hit some desired future condition target or something like that. I don't know, but I think that's what Mark is talking about. I think in my head, that's kind of what I was thinking about. And now Robin will fill us all.
Well, I can let Diane, because I think she is more authoritative than I am on this, but I did just want to note that, like, the incorporation of the management plan into the easement, it depends on how it's incorporated and the specific verbiage and how and what it is being incorporated to do. But then I'll let Diane make that more specific.
Well, thanks, Robin. So I initially had some specific comments, but as the conversations evolved, I mean, I think I could just say that there's a lot of flexibility here. And so, yeah, historically, our grant agreements have had a term that ranges depending on the type of agreement that it is. And the management plans being incorporated into the conservation easement, when that's done, compliance with the management plan, depending on how the phrasing that's used, as Robin described, can be something that there's the potential for enforcement if necessary. But so it sounds like the proposal is, or that there's interest in considering some kind of third option of including potentially a bit like maybe similar to baseline conditions, but additional information about like the baseline values of the property or something, and then avoiding incorporating the management plan. I mean, I think there's flexibility there. It just really depends on you know, how far in this continuum the board wants to move, and like the overarching purpose of the easement as was described.
Well, for my part, so I appreciate separation, conservation easement as a protective instrument. Management plan is incentivizing, if not driving, or sustaining good stuff, or incentivizing restoration. I don't think anybody else probably thinks that if I was given a piece of property, I would expect y'all to expect me to improve it or to sustain it. And that's how I feel. And so some way, that's the accountability I think I hear Dan speaking to. I don't know if there's legal language that can incorporate that. And when I say that expectation, I just know from forest public land management, their forest plans identify existing conditions and desired future conditions. That's the framework for moving forward in the sideboards, but there's never any commitment, on how far they're going to get or how fast they're going to get, because there's all kinds of unknowns, funding, changes in Congress, all sorts of things. So trying to get a document that both sets the framework, incentivizes the appropriate change, and somehow incorporates the latitude for the variety that you're going to see in the life of an agreement or something is what I would like to see, but I don't know how you do that. So.
So let me just give a perspective here, if you may. You have accredited land trusts, you have tribes all working together to implement strategic projects over time. They're informed by the State Wildlife Action Plan. There is significant knowledge about what those assets are. And in a particular project, you may know at the beginning of the acquisition what Wildlife Action Plan assets are on site. How specifically you are going to address the uplift that you desire may take time. But you know that you have confidence because it is a tribe or a land trust that they will work, as the staff is saying, shoulder to shoulder with you to be able to develop over time the action plan necessary to get to the uplift that everybody is desiring for that property. So I think, Mark, we're getting to the comment you had at the beginning where you have knowledge and where you have information, we should have every incentive possible to be able to, they should have every incentive possible to share that information up front and make sure that we as reviewers understand that there's clarity, that there's going to be a change over time, but we just will not have at the beginning the details of that, or they will not be obligated to give us those details, but know that they will come as they get to a point of having greater knowledge on the project. Does that make sense?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to rely just on it being a land trust or just being a tribe that they're going to do good. I would expect some additional legal leverage, but I agree with what you said in terms of how process-wise that would go.
Yeah.
And Russ, on just to follow up with a question for you on that varying degree of what's included at the time of application, right? Would you agree that like those that are more fleshed out, like to Mark's example, like on this piece of property, it was pretty obvious what needed to be done. Like anybody who's putting together an acquisition should know that. We know that. We have tools that point to that. So if an applicant didn't include that very basic stuff, that they would probably fall pretty far down below the funding recommendation line, right? Yeah, I see you shaking your head.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then Mark, to your perspective, I think what I'm hearing is one path forward here is that that accountability piece, maybe OWEB is sort of letting go of some of that, maybe after 20 years, whatever the term of the agreement is. But my understanding is that there is still accountability because of the accreditation organization, right? And so if somebody is not doing what their mission is to improve that piece of land, then they're jeopardizing the accreditation of their land trust for kind of falling flat on that. I think. So in other words, I think there is some accountability by third-party accountability, for lack of a better word. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
Well, I don't want to sound like I'm not sympathetic to the challenge. I mean, my wife and I bought property. It's one thing to get into the property. It's another to actually take care of it. So I appreciate that. And that's why I don't know that it's hard to put a window in terms of latitude, but take a property like Rush Creek, where the primary areas for improvement are veg management. For relatively little, you could probably commit to 1 or 2% improvement per, land, if it's a 3,000 acre project, 50 to 100 acres a year. And for 20 years, then you're moving that needle. I don't know how you capture that. I'm just concerned if there isn't some kind of incentive. It might just be too easy to sit there, in part because it's already got a lot of elk and wildlife. It's already meets those kinds of conditions, but it's not a functioning landscape, ecologically speaking. So I'm both sympathetic to that, and I don't know how you handle that, but that's a concern I've got. I want to see it improved if it's given to a land trust or to a tribe or whatever. So, and maybe that's an answer that, or something that comes later. I don't know.
Renee.
Yeah, I just don't want to lose the fact that I think Mark Webb had two other.
One other, y'all answered one, because one was the second page, fourth preferred down, where you decouple the management plan implementation from CE compliance considerations. If they're different instruments, I get that. Although if you incorporate it by reference, there might need to be an additional comment or two. But the last thing I really concerns me, or that I want to speak to, is I think it's the third page. It's the top preferred. And we are talking about tiering things to say the State Wildlife Action Plan and other conservation plans and the like. And I think that's both smart, but the concern I have is that when I review that, I don't see, it seems like it's treatment agnostic. What I mean by that, there's like ponderosa pine or wetland, there's all these categories of kinds of habitats that you want, but there's no discussion of how you get to them from a degraded landscape. And I just feel like it would be easy to pick out again, say Rush Creek, ponderosa pine, something like that. And just because it fits within that broad category, you can kind of rest easy, but it's unclear how you actually move that landscape back towards ecological function within a ponderosa pine context. And I just want us to be sensitive to that. I think that'll be important for the land trust or the tribes. I mean, they obviously understand, but it's not good enough to me just to identify we fall under this category and swap, and so we're good. I think when you're identifying restoration treatments and the like, you need to be pretty clear about what you're going to do, because there are some that just don't work. So that was the comment there.
Mark, I think you're raising an important point, because the feasibility of the uplift, do we have the biological knowledge on the approach, the best approaches to use to get to that uplift? In some places, the technology has been developed. You're using, in Rush Creek, a great example of how you would get to the desired condition over a period of time. Some places we may not have. In cool, moist forests, it gets very complicated, right? And we don't necessarily have the years of science, particularly in the face of drought conditions that are approaching very rapidly. So the uplift biologically and its feasibility may need additional research before we have that certainty. We may know the ideal habitat that was there, and that's our aspiration, but it's going to, in some cases, we're going to need to put more research before we have a map, a plan to be able to approach it.
Yeah, fair enough. You're right.
So I totally agree with you guys on kind of the environment around management. And I just want to remind us that we're not talking about contracts, we're talking about land transaction grants. And so I think this is a question that we hear a lot of really thoughtful discussion with our grantee partners, is like, sure, but what's our role in that as a grant maker? And if we're effectively purchasing, real estate transaction and interest therein. Is that like, we had some conversation about, is it just acquisitions and nothing else? And I think we heard not really. The sense of the committee was not quite that far. Maybe we're purchasing that and a commitment to good ongoing stewardship and kind of partnership and collaboration on what that looks like. And I think, where I get a little, like, again, Russ and Mark, I totally agree with what you're saying from a property management perspective. But for me, philosophically, like as an individual looking at this calculus and talking about it with grantees, I would say, yeah, but we want them to figure that out and tell us about it and be in good collaborative communication around that over time. And we're not the ones that probably bring that level of expertise or can figure out how to quantify it or can make it enforceable. And so I think it's like the nuance of our role as a grant maker in that process, that kind of messy ecological and stewardship process, is what we wrestle with, and we're trying to figure out how to work that into, the program and program guidance.
So, Sarah, can I ask for some clarity there? I think I'm understanding your point, but for example, we heard a really intriguing presentation on the Rivers End Ranch. I think it was it was rated 4 in our last land acquisition group. It wasn't necessarily ready yet, but they had defined the biological uplift potential as being extremely high, but the clarity of how they were going to get there and the practicality of getting there was going to be defined later. But we know with a high level of confidence in the capacity of the partner, based upon their history, to work with critical partners to be able to deliver once they got control of the land. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, I mean, that is the tension I'm getting at anyway. I don't know what the answer is. And I think that kind of brings me back to that continuum idea. Like, I think as a public funder, I have an enormous amount of trust in our grantees and like faith in their both local knowledge and stewardship capacity and commitment and so forth. Regardless of what, whether that's a land trust or a tribe or other conservation partner or local government. But I think I want something more than like, that sounds really cool. You guys do that. Bye. And I also don't want to try to say either here's how you should do it or tell me exactly how you're going to do it. And I'm going to be like on you checking it over time. Like that's where we want to find something on that continuum that we can consistently apply. So we don't sort of careen downhill in either direction on that and sort of undermine our own interests accidentally. But I'm not quite to the point where I feel comfortable as a public grant maker that, not infrequently gets called in front of a county commission or a legislative committee or something like that to talk about an individual project across our programs. To be able to stand up and say, like, yeah, it didn't go exactly like we thought, but like we've been checking in on it. We know what's going on. We kind of have a shared plan that we understand the direction things are headed. That's kind of what I'm looking for. And I want to test that with you guys. Like, I hear you kind of pulling me a little bit in either direction, which makes me think that we're pretty close.
It seems like we thread that needle. I mean, in that example that you just gave, right? They weren't recommended for funding because there wasn't enough there. As Russ said, it wasn't quite ready yet.
They weren't not recommended for funding. They were far enough down in the funding ranking that we didn't have money to fund the project, which is a little bit different in this case.
But and again, this is just my own sort of kind of ignorance shining through as usual. Had they had a more solid like path forward fleshed out, again, not like this is that continuum, like something a little more than nothing, right? Then maybe they would have got ranked a little higher and were selected, right? So that's how I'm thinking about this in my head. It's,
Yeah,
I expect.
I think Renee getting increasingly nervous as we talk about a specific example here and a funding decision. I do remember the grantee themselves coming to that board meeting and saying, look, a lot has changed. Like if we wrote the application now, we could give a lot more certainty about that path than we could 6 months ago. And that's kind of the nature of all our programs and just kind of the grant making cycle, and hope that continues to move forward and creates another opportunity for the grantee. I do think what we do with it after that point is the part that I really wrestle with, right? Is like they've written, let's say we've made an award, we do an agreement, they've got a management plan. How much detail do we need to see in that? How closely do we need to track it? Like what happens if it departs significantly? Do we amend it? Do we just talk about it? Do we use that to inform our next funding decision with the grantee? So I think you're right. And the application process, it probably plays out more or less like we think it oughta. But later on, it's hard for us to know what to do with that level of detail, What's our role in that situation?
No, I hear that. Yeah.
And so I wasn't intending to put a lot of detail in. I know I keep coming back to landscape resilience, and I use East Side Fire Adapted Landscapes as what I'm familiar with, and they're simpler than say moist mixed and maybe coastal, but we know what those ecological processes are. And that sets the framework to my mind. And there might be different kinds of treatments to get you there and the like. We don't have to say anything about that. But if we're not tiering significant habitat to something and we're leaving it up to people to decide what's significant, I don't feel like we're doing our job. And I don't think y'all are saying that either, but I still don't know exactly what OWEB is comfortable with vis-a-vis significant habitat. And that's why I keep belly aching about what I think it should be in terms of a characterization that sets out the general framework and then lets people go to it on whatever time frame works for them, given the resources they've got and the unique characteristics of that landscape that they've purchased or acquired through OWEB dollars.
Yeah, this is a really helpful conversation. I think that I don't know we're going to have a solution to that, Mark, and the recommendation, that we start to draft here, but I think we can create some more nuance in that direction, right? Based on the conversation here today, unless Renee gives me a panicked look or other staff give me a panicked look at this point. Like, I feel like this is the kind of more nuanced conversation that we were hoping for to kind of draw us in one direction or another, or both.
Yeah, and just maybe one example, just think about fuels reduction project. You could do a fuels reduction project that actually reduced fuels in terms of just rearranging the veg that would last for 15 or 20 years. But if you don't shift species composition, you don't really go back to certain basal areas or stem densities, and you don't reintroduce stand heterogeneity, all you've done is rearrange the fuels for a while. You haven't reintroduced or supported or stewarded ecological processes. And that's why, again, it's important, I think, for OWEB to identify what kind of targets they want to see, what kind of steer, what's going to really be the goalpost. And once you've got that, I think it really just broadens up. You don't have to be detailed or prescriptive. So.
Okay.
I think, Mark, I hear that. And I think I'm also hearing from Sarah, like that's really not something that OWEB is well postured to do.
I think we need to work on that. I mean, I think Mark's pulling me to one end of the continuum a little further than I was before. And that's why we wanted to have the conversation. I think we can talk about sort of what are the right mechanisms to pull in that direction. I think I'll look forward to talking to partners both offline and maybe in public comment and future meetings, sort of what is a way of doing that it doesn't become, or moving in that direction, that it doesn't become like Salem's going to tell you what to do with your property, right? Which is never something that that resonates very well in rural Oregon or with the conservation land management community or anyone else. And I know that's not what you're saying, Mark, but I feel like finding our space in that continuum requires us to think about like what's our role in mandating and enforcing versus what's our role in like, you know, sort of partnership and accountability. But I hear you saying don't just leave it, like don't just buy and leave it. And I think
Right,
that's
yeah.
where we can add some nuance.
If you're purchasing ground, I think you have both a legal obligation and just sort of the right to say what you would like to see in the end, and you're giving all the discretion to that, to the, you know, whoever has the property via the acquisition. And you're obligated per the statutes in Measure 76 to ensure that you have those kinds of outcomes. So. In my view.
Renee?
Yeah, I just want to bring us back to the recommendation table has a lot of things that I think are helpful connections here. So things like, how can we kind of attempt to define significant habitat? And I think this conversation is super helpful in identifying like some of the things that we can draw on. How, and maybe it's actually in the memo and not in the recommendation table, how do we create more of an open dialogue with the ARE committee? Not because like there is something that's gone wrong with the project and we need to talk with you about, but like periodic check-ins, like how are things going? And invite grantees in to talk about how are you doing getting towards outcomes? What are some of the things you're facing? So we have a better sense of that. I think going back to that touchstone of this entire process is premised on us having a shared goal of we all want to see more conservation hitting the ground. We want to see things like increased habitat, both quantity and quality, you know, whether it's we define it by function or resilience. So I think there are some things that that are either core built into this in terms of the questions we ask up front, why folks even come to this program, how we conduct the evaluation process, how we engage subsequently, and understanding and learning from what people are seeing on the landscape, hopefully forward progress towards things like resilience metrics that you're talking about. Mark, it's hard to put all of that into a table. Like there's some stuff under the hood here that I think we just haven't gone to yet, but this conversation is super helpful, I think, from a staff perspective and knowing, okay, here are the things it's time to dig in more on because you want to understand that balance of flexibility and us being in the role of funder, not property owner, but accountability for public funds and wanting to improve. I mean, Mark, you saying like wanting to make sure folks are improving in some way without us prescribing per se.
Well, for the record, I think what y'all have got for preferred options, I mean, I have some concerns. I certainly have strong convictions, but I think they're really good to go forward with. And for me, risk is tied to discretion, and I personally am happy to give y'all a lot of discretion to figure out what you have heard and how that works given your experience, which I just don't have that experience. So I'm happy to give y'all a lot of discretion and take that risk.
Yeah, and I, as a member of the committee, also agree that, you know, you guys should be very comfortable to move your recommendations to the full board. I think I heard Kelly and Russ say that at the beginning as well, although Kelly's been pretty quiet. But I think what you're looking for from this committee is like, yeah, you guys kind of got it, roll it up to the board, I think. Is that kind of the marching
It
order for
is, yeah, or not. Here's what you need to fine tune or fix. And I think we're getting a little both of that, which is really helpful. So
And
I
so I'm
do,
checking
in
in.
our last couple of minutes here, anything else we should know before we try to pull this into a recommendation?
Yeah.
So I think
I'm just, go ahead, Russ.
I following Dan, thank you for trying to bring this to this point. I guess I'm feeling a heightened level of confidence in the new emphasis on working shoulder to shoulder with the applicants. It's not only in developing a really good baseline CE, but the practical team approach to making sure that the desired habitat conditions and species productivity goals are advanced as well, and that you're there with them, and you will learn from each one of these projects that will make the next project even better, and that it's a iterative process. And I feel that the options that you've created with this, it's a emphasis in change of culture of your relationship with the partner entities, whether they're tribes or land trusts or others, that I think is going to really get this program to a new level. And you've hit it. You've hit them really hard. Kelly? May have lost her for a few moments.
I'm here.
Okay. Any thoughts, perspectives at this closing point?
I feel like this was really good. I feel like we made some good progress on things. I guess I just want to be cautious of being too over prescriptive with things as we move forward, as far as what we are expecting from our grantees with what they're proposing to us. You know, I think it's important to have assurances, but I think it's also important to have that flexibility. And so I've been sort of quietly contemplating what everybody's been saying for the last little bit, and kind of grappling with that. And I don't have any good suggestions, I don't think, or answers to anything. It's just kind of a little more for me to think about, I guess, is kind of what I'm left with. But I am feeling like we had some really good conversation today, and there's good progress. And I just want to compliment the staff on how great you all did on putting all of this information together for us and for the full board. So yeah, I have a little more thinking to do, I think.
I think you guys have given us a lot to run with here. I know sometimes like we talk for 45 minutes and it sounds like we haven't like reached consensus on something. It can be difficult to feel that sense of closure. And I think we've got your blessing to move forward with trying to draft some of this up into a recommendations document. I think we probably want to check in on timelines, Renee, and think about like what that sequence will look like in terms of board materials in advance of the meeting, and making sure this committee has a chance to sort of review and check their comfort with the product moving forward. So we may need to circle back just by email with a little bit of additional detail on what that timeline might look like. But I mean, I'm a big believer in the wisdom of the group, and I don't think we need to reach consensus of this group in order to find a path forward that everybody's comfortable with. And I think like, as I imagine that continuum, my needle has pulled in the Mark Webb direction, but I think we can add some specificity and some greater like clarity and links around accountability there without losing the, let's say, the Russ and Kelly end of the continuum, more towards, you know, sort of flexibility and leaving things in a trust-based relationship with our grantees, regardless of you know, legal type. And I think we can thread that needle. I really do. And I feel like this has been a nuanced enough conversation to help us see how to do that, even if we can't exactly like nail it in language that we're providing right now. So I really appreciate the dialogue.
Sarah, I think to follow up on Kelly's point, giving the flexibility on the on prescriptions, for me, the doubt that I may have is not about capacity, their technical capacity. It really comes down to the financial capacity to be able to deliver on the aspirations without the full strength of our federal partners to be able to. We have so many programs historically that we've relied on to help them be shoulder to shoulder with our partners. And that is all in flux under this present administration. It can't, all this restoration work goes way beyond the capacity of OWEB, even the other new ODFW funding or the Monsanto funding. We are just so short in America right now on funding to prepare our habitats for the changes that are occurring. We aspire to be able to make improvements, but we as a nation are not holding that as a priority. At least our leadership is not. So that's where the hesitancy comes in, is whether, under what time frame can we achieve the aspirations we all have for ecological uplift? And I think we're going to have to be humble about that.
Yeah, land management is an uncertain business in the best of circumstances, and people are dealing with a lot more uncertainty than usual these days. And I think, I think we all understand that and incorporate that in our day-to-day work. And we talk a lot about, in all of our grant programs, how do we create some flexibility and some responsiveness for grantees? And this is another opportunity to think about how to do that, and how do we balance flexibility and accountability. I mean, I think that is the tension we live with in all of our grant programs, and this is no exception. Renee, did you want to touch on your next step slide at all?
Sure, happy to do that, and I'll be brief. Robin, do you mind putting that one up? And Sarah touched on some of this, and we just talked about some of this. So we are hoping to be able to bring recommendations. They will be refined, and yes, we will put our heads together about both process to get some type of revised version back to you all, so you have some transparency on that before anything goes to the full board, but also know that Nicole will be keeping us to the schedule for board meeting material. So we'll figure that out, but we'll do a circle back with you after we put our heads together internally. Hope to get, and Sarah, you and I may need to talk about this. Ideally, we would love to get some policy direction from the board in July, given that if we want to keep on cadence with a cycle, unless we run a cycle with another grant cycle with the current state only, we'll need policy direction from the board in July. Regardless of timing, whether that is in July or in October, we will then embark on implementation of program changes. So not unlike what we did with, you might remember the minor streamlining, the low-hanging fruit changes that we did before this this last grant cycle. We'll convene an internal and external work group or work groups to scope changes that we need to the program documents and processes. Will staff do necessary legal research just to make sure that as we make edits to things like a conservation easement template document, we're meeting necessary like legal sufficiency requirements, but applying this refined lens from the board relative to risk tolerance and decisions about things like easement ins and outs, habitat, significant habitat, other uses. And then this gets a bit to what I was mentioning on ARE updates. Certainly will update, we will not continue to monopolize ARE meetings, but only land acquisition modernization. I'm sure Eric Williams would love to get some topics in front of you all too, but we will provide updates about the work plan so that you understand what's coming when with the work group process. And then just this mention I made of, it would be great to, at some cadence, have some updates about how things are going and have an opportunity for some projects, land acquisition projects and grantees to highlight what they're learning, what they're seeing in terms of stewardship and management and restoration work that they define as being needed on different properties, the learnings coming from that. So really kind of moving from a modernization space into more of a joint learning space here and there with the committee. That would be the hope. But Sarah or transaction team folks, anything I missed on next steps that's on your mind?
Renee, I have a question for you. You have 4 board members on this committee.
Yep.
And so how can we help nudge the rest of the board to achieve your second bullet here, which is to get the full board to give you policy direction?
Well, I'm sensitive to the fact that I probably need to talk with our executive director since we may have been on slightly different timelines.
I think I just changed my story without talking to you, Renee. You can't take the blame for that.
Well, I think, Dan, we've been trying to keep folks updated about the modernization process, and this is very complex and detailed information. So I think anything that you can do to help, I think Kelly said earlier, like communicate really complex information fairly simply and in an easy to understand way, I think that's going to be key. Some of this is such heady stuff, and they just have not been in it for a year plus like you all have.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we cannot speak to them between meetings in the level of detail.
You should not talk to them about anything that's up. So we got to do it in the meeting. You're absolutely right.
Right.
And I think we'll certainly invite members, as we always do, to have questions and engage with me and with the staff in advance of the meeting if there are folks that would benefit from some additional briefing. But I would share too. I mean, I think I have always appreciated the diversity of perspectives that folks bring in this committee. And I think that will be even more important when we go and report back to the board, is that you guys bring different experience and lenses and values and interests and preferences to this. And that will mean a lot when it goes back to the board and we have also a diversity of those things. And you know, if you are all reasonably comfortable with the proposal that we're bringing forward, folks will see that that's not a groupthink effort that they need to sort of second guess, because we will have incorporated that based on, you know, the true diversity of opinions and perspectives that you're bringing here. And so, you know, I feel like that's kind of a very lengthy way of saying be yourselves, but like, I do think that the willingness to represent those differences here and to bring them to the board, and this is like, you know, if we're able to reach a point that seems like a very reasonable compromise on policy direction moving forward, compromise in the good sense, not compromise in the bad sense, then I think folks will see that and really respect it. So, you know, be yourself and give your true opinion and help them think through, help them see how we've thought meaningfully through these issues together. And I think there will be a lot of trust in the committee's judgment at that point.
All right, then are we done? 4 minutes early?
It turns out if we make you sit here for another hour, then we can leave the meeting on time.
Wow.
Oh, wait. That's right. Wait, what?
Or it was good chairmanship. We made it an 8:30 to 12:30 meeting. We snuck in another hour. And that left actually enough time for the discussion we needed to have, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
It was early though, wasn't it? To think hard.
Yeah, I have one question about the next board meeting. And I don't want to complicate staff's work, but I wonder, so I'm thinking I'd like to see substantive changes, probably more than most people here. But I do think what OWEB staff have done to date is already quite an improvement over where we were at. And I'm wondering if there isn't a way both to capture how y'all are proposing to simplify the process, still achieve the Measure 76 and statutory goals on the one hand, and on the other, acknowledge maybe some substantive differences that we're still not agreed on, just to sort of provide that context. I don't know if that would help, but I do want to convey, I think it's gone a long ways forward. It's much better, I think, in terms of what y'all are thinking about and how y'all are working with the land trust community and the indigenous communities, tribal communities.
Yeah, so maybe it sounds like, thanks, Kelly. It sounds like maybe we should think about a fallback option if the board isn't prepared to take action on this, like what's our next round of sort of next most low-hanging fruit changes? Are there additional, like, can we show the changes we made last time and be prepared to think about any additional changes that we could make absent, you know, board action on it? Because I don't think we legally need the board to tell us to do this. We're just really hesitant to make significant changes to the program without clear direction from the board. And we're really hesitant to run a cycle in the in-between land. And we're not going to delay a cycle. So those are kind of the parameters we're working with. But Mark, I think we can come up with a little bit of at least a fallback plan there. If the board's not ready, what will we do? And what can we still, you know, represent in terms of greater accessibility or comfort with the program?
I think y'all have done fantastic.
Yeah.
Sarah, potentially, you have a number of new voting members, and you can use this process that we're going through right now for this committee as a orientation tool to bring them up to speed. So when we do have a discussion, they'll be better prepared to make informed votes, hopefully in alignment with where the 4 members of the committee are going to be coming out.
Yeah, I think even just in anticipation of a lot of complex funding decisions around transactions last time, we did reach out to newer members and provide some additional kind of background and history, and we will certainly do that again with this one.
Hey,
We could make them watch all
well,
the recordings of the last year.
on 5 times speed.
They wouldn't
5
be on the
times
board
speed.
anymore.
I'm not specifically requesting this, just food for thought. I think I heard Russ say to our other oh my God, why am I blanking on our ODFW rep on the board right now?
Mark.
Yeah,
Mark
our
Ladford.
other
Mark Ladford, yeah.
that like, hey, it might be cool to get some sort of ODFW presentation of this new kind of framework, tool, etc. And so I think for me, and just selfishly for the ARE here, it might be good to kind of get some sort of overview of that if it becomes kind of the context for identifying significant habitat. But I'm not saying I absolutely want to see that. I'm just suggesting that if I think it might be useful, maybe others do. And if there's enough people who think it might be useful, then maybe it's relevant to have. That's all.
Okay, thanks for the suggestion. I suspect we might want to put that down the road a little bit when we're ready to dive into more detail on that question, but we'll kick that around a little bit. Dan, you lost your 4-minute lead.
Yeah, no. 2 minutes over.
It was you, not me.
All right. See y'all.